Chapter 42. Advancing to the soul transformation realm early in the morning, a ray of warm sunlight shone onto the body of a young man sitting cross-legged on a bed. At this moment, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp aura suddenly erupted from his thin body. Then, a milky white light surrounded the young man's body, making him look extremely dazzling, releasing origin energy to cover the entire body. This is the unique sign of the soul transformation realm. Kid's talent is not bad. At least you didn't waste this dragon lord's essence. A Xiaohei dragon flew over and sat on Zhuan's shoulder as it spoke in a lazy tone. Zhuan's face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. It has to be known that he was only at the peak of the spirit detecting realm yesterday. Due to the dragon transformation pool's rebirth and marrow cleansing, his cultivation rose to the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Then, with the help of the Xiaohei dragon, he forcefully advanced to the soul transformation realm. If anyone knew that Zhuan only used a day to directly advance from the initial stage of the spirit detecting realm to the soul transformation realm, they would definitely be shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Xiaohei, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to advance to the soul transformation realm so quickly. Due to the Xiaohei dragon helping him to break through, Zhuan had completely let down his guard against this unknown Xiaohei dragon. Moreover, yesterday, Zhuan also experienced the terror of the Xiaohei dragon. He knew that if the Xiaohei dragon wanted to harm him, it would be as simple as pinching a finger. Xiaohei? Mother, call me Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord, do you know? Xiaohei dragon shouted in exasperation. Zhuan directly ignored Xiaohei's protest. Instead, he frowned slightly and said, "You said that the blood essence pill is very strange. However, the pill formula in the Jade Cauldron requires armor souls to exchange. Right now, other than the blood essence pill, there seems to be no other way to obtain armor souls." After Xiaohei scolded a few times, she finally calmed down and said calmly, "Hee. The Supreme Dragon Cauldron has gathered the pill formulas of countless alchemists, and the information of the pill formulas needs a medium to carry it. And this medium is soul power. You're not strong enough, and your soul power is even lower. Naturally, you can't look at the pill recipe's information at will. That's why I can only use the shattered armor soul in your body as a medium for the pill recipe. But this Dragon Lord is different. Although this Dragon Lord's body is damaged and only my spirit body is left, I can still easily use my soul power to look through these pill formulas." Xiaohei sat on Zhuan's head and placed her little paws on her waist like an elder as she spoke arrogantly. When Zhuan heard this, his face immediately lit up with joy. If what Xiaohei said was true, then Zhuan wouldn't have to worry about not being able to look through the pill formulas in the future. Then if I need some pill formulas in the future, you'll have to help me. Xiaohei's eyes narrowed, and a cunning expression appeared on her face. She said pretentiously, "Of course I can help you, but you'll have to do me a favor." "What favor?" "This Dragon Lord's strength is not even 1/10,000th of what it was when I was at my peak. Furthermore, the damage to my spirit body is very severe, so you'll have to help this Dragon Lord look for spirit medicine that can restore my spirit body in the future." "How about it?" Xiaohei said with a smile. When Zhuan heard this, he immediately looked at Xiaohei suspiciously. Why did he feel that Xiaohei's smile was a little cunning? However, compared to the endless pill formulas in the Jade Cauldron, looking for spirit medicine that could restore one's spirit body was not worth mentioning. Therefore, Zhuan very straightforwardly agreed to it. Just as the man and dragon reached a preliminary agreement, a knocking sound suddenly sounded from the door. With a slight frown, Zhuan opened the tightly shut door with a sweep of his origin energy, revealing a respectful Lu Tao. "Master, there's a lady outside who said that she has something to discuss with you. She's already waiting for you in the pavilion's main hall. I wonder if young master would like to meet her?" Lu Tao bowed respectfully. "Lady? Did she say who she was?" Zhuan asked with a look of confusion on his face. That lady was not willing to give her name. She only said that she was Black Rose and said that she had an agreement with young master. If young master does not know this lady, would you like this old servant to invite her away? Lu Tao said with a serious expression. So it's her. It has indeed been more than 2 months since the last time. Black Rose is quite punctual. Indeed, she managed to gather all the ingredients within 2 months. Thinking of this, Zhuowen waved his hand at Lu Tao and said, "This lady is my friend. Bring me to see her now." Not long after, the two of them arrived at the main hall. Zhuowen immediately saw the beautiful figure sitting in the main hall. With a slight smile, Zhuowen immediately stepped into the main hall. Black Rose, who was originally sitting lazily in the main hall, obviously heard the commotion. Her beautiful eyes looked around and saw Zhuowen walking into the main hall. Immediately, she smiled sweetly and said, "Young Master Zhuowen's pavilion is really impressive. No wonder you're the number one of the Zhuowen family's younger generation. This treatment is indeed different." Hearing Black Rose's words of praise, Zhuowen couldn't help but be startled. However, his face immediately revealed an expression of relief. After all, during the competition yesterday, there were many small factions in Rattan Armor City that came to watch. The news of Zhuowen defeating Zhuo Tian and becoming the number one of the Zhuo family naturally spread like wildfire. Young Master Zhuowen's name is very resounding right now. With a cultivation at the spirit detecting realm, he defeated Zhuo Tian and became the number one person of the Zhuo family. Young Master Zhuowen has such a cultivation at such a young age. You could be considered a genius with great talent. You don't need to be so polite. You should be here for the ascension pill, right? I presume you've already gathered all the ingredients. If you've already gathered all the ingredients, I'll go with you and help you refine the ascension pill. Zhuowen didn't become complacent because of Black Rose's praise. Instead, he spoke with a calm expression. Black Rose also looked at the young man in front of her with a strange expression. Unexpectedly, he wasn't arrogant or impatient in the face of such praise. She couldn't help but think even more highly of him. Then I'll have to thank young Master Zhuowen. In fact, we're still at the same place. Yesterday, our Flowing Flame mercenary group obtained some goods, so we came to the market to sell them. After Black Rose spoke, she left the hall, and Zhuowen followed without any hesitation. However, Zhuowen couldn't help but keep looking at Black Rose's curvaceous body. Black Rose's body was absolutely perfect in Zhuowen's eyes. Following behind her was definitely a pleasure for Zhuowen. Soon, the two of them arrived at the market where Black Rose's Flowing Flame mercenary group was. With the appearance of Black Rose, there was quite a bit of commotion in the market. Just as Black Rose was about to lead Zhuowen to the Flowing Flame mercenary group's carriage, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Then, this figure struck a pose that he thought was very handsome, but his eyes couldn't help but slide towards certain parts of Black Rose's body. This figure was a young man around 20 years old. His face was a little pale, and he gave off a gloomy feeling. Behind the young man stood two strong men like iron towers. "Lady Black Rose, I haven't been to the market for 2 months, and I've missed you so much. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it." The young man stepped in front of Black Rose and took out an exquisite brocade box from his bosom and handed it to Black Rose. With a click, he opened the brocade box, revealing the item inside. A golden fruit lay quietly in the brocade box. From the intense spirit chi it emitted, one could tell that this golden fruit was definitely not ordinary. Grade 2 Spirit Medicine, Metal Spirit Fruit. Someone in the market recognized the spirit medicine in the brocade box and couldn't help but exclaim. Following this exclamation, the onlookers in the market suddenly went into an uproar. Many people stared at the metal spirit fruit in the brocade box in the young man's hand. In this kind of market, even a first-grade elixir was rare, let alone a second-grade elixir. In fact, some people had never even seen a second-grade elixir before. Zhuowen also looked at the metal spirit fruit in the young man's hand with amazement. Although a grade 2 spirit medicine wasn't that rare for Zhuowen, Zhuowen couldn't give it away as casually as the young man. It seemed that the young man's background wasn't low. The The young man obviously enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Feeling the envy and jealousy in the eyes of many people in the market, the young man couldn't help but show a sense of superiority on his face. Looking at the hot figure of Black Rose in front of him, the young man's eyes hit a deep lust. He had been eyeing Black Rose for a long time. The woman in front of him had a body that he had never seen before in his life. Even if he had countless women, there was no woman whose body could compare to Black Rose's. He didn't think that Black Rose wouldn't be tempted by the grade 2 elixir he offered. According to his investigation, Black Rose was only the leader of a small mercenary group. A grade 2 elixir was already considered precious to her. Once Black Rose accepted his offer, he would have a way to make her rely on him even more. Thinking of a woman with such a hot figure succumbing to his crotch, the young man couldn't help but have an evil fire in his heart. As for Joan, who was beside Black Rose, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, Joan was so young that he should be Black Rose's little follower. However, what made the young man's jaw drop was that Black Rose only coldly glanced at him and coldly said, "Black Rose appreciates young Master Wong's kind intentions, but an elixir like the metal spirit fruit is too precious, and Black Rose believes that she is not qualified to possess such an elixir. Therefore, young Master Wong, please take back the elixir." After saying that, Black Rose pulled on Zhuan's arm and directly brushed past the young man. Hearing these words, the young man's originally proud face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't expect that even when he took out a grade 2 spirit medicine, Black Rose actually didn't give him any face in front of so many people. Moreover, what made the young man's gaze even more gloomy was that Black Rose naturally pulled on the arm of Zhuo, who he originally did not care about. There was actually a trace of intimacy between them, which made the young man even angrier. Could it be that this young master was inferior to this brat who smelled like milk? Chapter 43. Wang Zheng's Provocation. Wang Zheng. This person is actually the second young master of the Wang clan, Wang Zheng. No wonder he could casually take out a second-tier spiritual medicine as a gift. The Wang family is the head of the 3 big families in Rattan Armor City. They are very powerful, and I've heard that Wang Zheng is very lecherous and domineering. The number of women who have been defiled by him is not small. Keep your voice down. If second young Master Wang hears you, you'll be in big trouble. However, the young man beside Black Rose will be in big trouble. Nothing good will come out of provoking second young Master Wang. As soon as the young man's words left his mouth, it immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers in the city square. Following which, they all looked at Zhuan with pity in their eyes. Zhuan furrowed his brows. The elemental energy in his body poured out violently. With a shake of his shoulders, he broke free from Wang Zheng's restraints. He then stared coldly at Wang Zheng. From the surrounding discussions, Zhuan also knew that the young man in front of him was actually the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Zheng. Zhuan had also heard of this Wang Zheng before. He was considered a genius in the Wang family, but this person's reputation was not very good. He liked to go around messing around. No wonder Black Rose showed a look of disgust towards him. Originally, Zhuan was not someone who would meddle in other people's business. However, Wang Zheng's accumulated anger from being rejected by Black Rose actually wanted to vent on Zhuan. This made Zhuan very unhappy. His originally delicate eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Who do you think you are? Why do you have to tell me to stay away from her? Moreover, this market square belongs to the Zhuo family. Is your Wang family here to cause trouble? Zhuan looked straight at Wang Zheng, his mouth slightly curled as he mocked. Wang Zheng's face suddenly turned green and white. He didn't think that the young man in front of him, whom he had always ignored, would have such guts. He clearly knew that he was a member of the Wang family, yet he still dared to challenge him. Good. Brat, you really have guts. You're the first person who knows my name and dares to speak to me like this. However, you should know that people like this usually die early. The 2 of you, capture this brat. I want him to have a taste of a life worse than death. Wang Zheng's face was very gloomy. He gave a look to the 2 tower-like burly men behind him and looked at Zhuowen with a face full of ridicule. The two burly men also understood his meaning. Zhuowen with a look of pity, and Zhuowen. This discovery. Everyone began to worry. Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen looked like a 15-year-old youth. At such a young age, his cultivation couldn't be that high. He had no chance of winning against two spirit-detecting realm experts. However, the next scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. The skinny Zhuowen actually casually threw out 2 punches. After that, an extremely powerful fluctuation instantly spread out from his fists. After that, the 2 robust men actually spat out blood and were sent flying back under everyone's gazes. Plop! A muffled sound echoed across the square. Then everyone saw the 2 burly men fall unconscious on the ground. Looking at the 2 unconscious brawny men on the ground, everyone's gazes once again converged on the delicate-looking young man. At this moment, the gazes they used to look at Zhuowen had changed. Black Rose also revealed a strange expression. Although she knew that Zhuowen had been in the limelight during the family competition, she had heard that his cultivation was only at the spirit-detecting realm. She didn't think that he would be able to deal with 2 spirit-detecting realm cultivators so easily. This was outside of Black Rose's expectations. However, Zhuowen had been targeted by Wang Zheng because of her, so Black Rose felt a bit guilty. She stepped forward and blocked Zhuowen behind her. Wang Zheng, don't go too far. Do you know who this person is? He is the Zhuo family's 3rd young master, Zhuowen. Don't you think you're going too far by attacking someone from the Zhuo family in their territory? Black Rose's words caused an uproar in the square. The scattered gazes all gathered on Zhuowen. They didn't think that the youth in front of them would be the Zhuo family who had been in the limelight during the family competition yesterday. Zhuowen. So he is Zhuowen. I heard that although he is only at the spirit-detecting realm, his strength is comparable to a soul transformation realm cultivator. Even the Zhuo family's #1 disciple, Zhuo Tian, was not his match. Heroes truly come from the youth. Young Master Zhuowen looks like he is only 15 years old, but he has such a cultivation. This talent is truly terrifying. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Zheng's face immediately darkened. At the same time, he glanced at the 2 unconscious subordinates on the ground. Wang Zheng's face became even more unsightly. No wonder you were so arrogant at such a young age. So you are the Zhuo family's 3rd young master. I heard that you used to carry the title of trash in the Zhuo family, eating and waiting for death. Now it seems that you have turned over a new leaf. However, so what if you defeated Zhuo Tian? Zhuo Tian is just a piece of trash who has just entered the soul transformation realm. I was lucky enough to reach the middle stage of the soul transformation realm a month ago. As Wang Zheng spoke, a strong wave of energy instantly spread out from his body, following which vigorous yuan power immediately wrapped around his entire body. It was as if a white veil had been draped over his body. Ever since your Zhuo family's Zhuo Xiaotian disappeared, there hasn't been any other decent geniuses. In the past few years, the Zhuo family has always been at the bottom of the rankings. In our Wang family's eyes, your Zhuo family's participation in the Battle of the City Square is just to give us the territory of the City Square. In the Battle of the City Square, half a year later, your Zhuo family's result will be the same. This City Square will soon change owners. Since you are now the Zhuo family's #1 genius, then do you dare to accept my challenge? Powerful energy spread out from Wang Zheng's body. At this moment, he looked down at Zhuowen with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Wang Zheng, you have the nerve to issue a challenge? Zhuowen's cultivation is only at the spirit-detecting realm, and you are already at the middle stage of the soul transformation realm. Don't you feel ashamed bullying the weak like this? Zhuowen, let's go. There is no need to pay attention to this person. Hearing Wang Zheng's shameless words, Black Rose's beautiful face was full of resentment. She turned around and was about to grab Zhuowen's arm to leave. However, what surprised her was that Zhuowen actually broke free from her jade-like hand and took a step forward to stand in front of Wang Zheng. Looking straight ahead, he said, "You will regret your words. I accept your challenge." Zhuowen's words caused an uproar in the crowd. Many people looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Although Zhuowen had defeated Zhuo Tian in the family competition yesterday, Zhuo Tian was only a martial artist who had just entered the soul transformation realm. Wang Zheng, on the other hand, was already at the middle stage of the soul transformation realm. His strength was far stronger than Zhuo Tian's. Now that Zhuowen had accepted Wang Zheng's challenge, many people shook their heads and sighed. They all thought that Zhuowen was too young and impetuous. It was unwise to accept a challenge at this time. Zhuowen, do you know the difference between the middle stage of the soul transformation realm and the early stage of the soul transformation realm? Although there's only a difference of one level, the difference in strength is very large. You may be able to defeat Zhuo Tian, but against a middle stage soul transformation realm martial artist, you still won't have the slightest advantage. Black Rose was a little anxious. She hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and earnestly advised him. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I don't put this Wang Zheng in my eyes." When Black Rose heard this, she was so angry that she stomped her foot. This brat's words were too arrogant. A little spirit-detecting realm martial artist didn't even put a soul transformation realm martial artist in his eyes. Black Rose really didn't know what to say to Zhuowen. Zhuowen's words weren't said softly, so the surrounding people heard it clearly. They couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Zhuowen was really young and impulsive. Wang Zheng's expression became even more gloomy. The corner of his mouth cracked open, and he sneered. "I hope that when you're beaten to the point where you can't fight back, you can still say these words. Or else." Before Wang Zheng could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Moreover, his eyeballs bulged as he looked in front of him with some disbelief. At this moment, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from Zhuowen's body. Then, the surging energy was like a wave that filled Zhuowen's entire body. Just like Wang Zheng, it covered his entire body and formed a white muslin robe. Soul Transformation Realm. No one had expected that Zhuowen had actually reached the soul transformation stage. Cries of disbelief erupted from their mouths, followed closely by cheers that rang out one after another. After all, this market was the Zhuo family's territory. Therefore, most of the people in the market were loyal supporters of the Zhuo family. Originally, many people were worried that Zhuowen would suffer a great loss if he accepted Wang Zheng's challenge. Now that they saw that Zhuowen's cultivation was actually not inferior to Wang Zheng's, they all let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Among them, no one was more shocked than Black Rose. It has to be known that in the family competition yesterday, Zhuowen was the one who defeated Zhuo Tian at the spirit detecting realm. However, today, Zhuowen had actually reached the soul transformation realm. In other words, Zhuowen had only spent a day to advance from the spirit detecting realm to the soul transformation realm. Thinking of this possibility, Black Rose's heart was indescribably shocked. Her beautiful eyes looked at the somewhat thin figure not far away, and a trace of imperceptible splendor flashed through her eyes. "Wang Zheng, I said that I would make you regret it," Zhuowen said as he looked at Wang Zheng with a calm gaze. "Hee, not bad. However, you want to contend against me with a mere early-stage soul transformation realm? You're really a fool's dream. In a moment, I'll let you know what regret is." Zhuowen's sudden display of strength at the soul transformation realm caused Wang Zheng's expression to change slightly. However, when he discovered that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the soul transformation realm, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. Whether it's a fool's dream or not, we'll only know after we try. Chapter 44. The Might of One Punch. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and an extremely sharp aura erupted from his body, after which his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he swung it forward. The huge fist brought along a strong gust of wind as it whizzed towards Zhuowen. What caused the crowd to be shocked was that Wang Zheng's ordinary punch was actually able to faintly hear the sound of sonic boom. Moreover, the surging yuan power even exploded in the air. Who would have thought that Wang Zheng's punch would be so terrifying? Even the onlookers could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Zhuan's eyes turned cold. He didn't show any signs of stopping, but he secretly activated his secret technique, Violent Blood Beast Body. A faint blood-red color appeared on his arms. Bang! When the two fists collided, a terrifying gale immediately formed a hurricane between the two of them. Some of the surrounding people who were not strong enough were blown back by this hurricane. When the two collided, the smile on Wang Zheng's face suddenly froze. Then his face turned green and white, and finally his face turned red. A muffled groan sounded. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Zheng actually took over a dozen steps back. He only stopped after drawing a deep depression on the ground. His gaze was extremely gloomy as he looked at Zhuo, who was standing steadily, like a mountain not far away. When the crowd saw that Zhuo was standing at the same spot like an old monk in meditation, while Wang Zheng had been pushed back more than 10 steps, anyone could see that in this exchange, Zhuo had the absolute upper hand. At this moment, the entire arena fell into silence. But after this silence lasted for a while, the crowd suddenly burst into cheers and applause. Zhuo, today I want you dead. Hearing the cheers around him, Wang Zheng's face was burning hot. He shouted loudly and pointed at his forehead with his right hand. Instantly, he took out his armor soul. Wang Zheng's armor soul was in the shape of a tiger. Its entire body was covered in ink-black fur. The moment the black tiger appeared, it roared towards the sky. Its ferocious tiger eyes were fixed on Zhuo. Tigers roar in the forest. Zhuo stared viciously at Zhuo. With a wave of his right hand, the black tiger's body suddenly expanded to about 2 meters. Waves of black energy spread from the surface of the black tiger's body. A pair of tiger eyes stared coldly at Zhuo and suddenly pounced toward Zhuo. It's time to end this. Zhuo's expression was extremely calm as he gazed at the black tiger that was dashing towards him. Subsequently, under the astounded gazes of everyone present, Zhuo still merely threw out a simple punch. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of origin energy within his fist. Everyone could naturally feel that Zhuo's fist did not have the slightest fluctuation of elemental energy. Their faces were instantly filled with excitement. They did not understand why this youth was still so arrogant when Wang Zheng had already used his soul technique. Why is this guy so arrogant? He actually wants to use his physical body to resist Wang Zheng's soul skill? Black Rose also felt Zhuo's intentions. She could not help but cry out in alarm. Her beautiful eyes contained a trace of worry as she looked at the back of the youth in front of her. Wang Zheng's fierce eyes suddenly revealed a trace of joy. He whispered to himself, "Arrogant brat. He actually wants to use his physical body to resist my soul skill. Later, he won't even know how he died." Wang Zheng was very clear about the power of his tiger's roar in the mountain forest. Its power was enough to defeat a middle-stage soul transformation martial artist. Although Wang Zheng was a little shocked that he had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhuo, Zhuo was after all only at the early stage of the soul transformation realm. He believed that his attack was enough to instantly kill Zhuo. Just as Wang Zheng was fantasizing about Zhuo being blasted into smithereens by his attack, an unforgettable scene appeared. The corners of Zhuo's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Then his legs bounced off, and his entire body flew towards the huge tiger like a cannonball. No one expected that Zhuo would not only not use the elemental energy in his body when facing the black tiger, but also take the initiative to fight the huge tiger head-on. Everyone's eyes fell into a daze the moment Zhuo flew. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were about whether Zhuo's brain had been flooded with water. Not only did he vainly try to use his physical body to resist the soul skill, he also took the initiative to attack without dodging. This kind of shocking behavior directly stunned everyone. In contrast to everyone's surprise, Zhuo, who was in the air, was extremely calm. All they saw was Zhuo's muscles suddenly tensing up. Then, blood-colored lines spread out from Zhuo's body. A thick smell of blood also emitted from Zhuo's body. First heaven a berserk. With a low roar, Zhuo suddenly appeared on top of the giant tiger's head. His hand, which was not very thick, pressed down on the tiger's head. The bloodline on his hand suddenly exploded, and a powerful force immediately filled his arm. Pung! The huge tiger that was much taller than Zhuowen actually knelt down with a plop just because of Zhuowen's push. Then, Zhuowen fiercely smashed a fist on the tiger's head. The blood-colored lines on his arm exploded again. The strong force instantly set off a violent gust of wind and fiercely smashed onto the huge tiger's head, only to hear a mournful cry. The huge tiger's head that was as big as a person was actually directly smashed apart by Zhuowen's fist. Then, the huge tiger slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, turning into nothingness. Looking at the huge tiger that was smashed apart by Zhuowen's fist, everyone's eyes were dazed. One punch. With just one punch, Wang Zheng's soul skill, tiger roaring in the forest, was blasted into smithereens. Furthermore, this punch didn't contain the slightest bit of elemental energy. Furthermore, Zhuowen didn't even use his armor soul. It was a simple punch. With his soul skill broken, Wang Zheng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body retreated a dozen steps before he stopped. Furthermore, there was a look of horror and hatred on his face as he looked at Zhuowen and roared. How is this possible? How can your body be so strong? I don't believe it. There are many things that you don't believe in. Now, get out of Zhuo family's market. Otherwise, I'll make sure you stay here forever. Zhuowen took a step forward. His entire body was filled with a strong aura, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Wang Zheng had clearly sensed the deep killing intent in the depths of Zhuo Wen's eyes. His entire body involuntarily trembled. His gaze was somewhat venomous as he glanced at Zhuo Wen. After leaving behind some vicious words, he left with his tail between his legs. Zhuo Wen, remember this, my big brother will avenge me today. In the battle for the market half a year later, our Wang family will win all of your Zhuo family's markets. When that time comes, let's see how your Zhuo family will survive in Rotan Armor City. Looking at Wang Zheng's back as he left with his tail between his legs, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just now, with his strength, he could have killed Wang Zheng. However, if he did so, it would definitely cause the Wang family to shed all pretenses and start a war with the Zhuo family. Among the three big families in Rotan Armor City, the Wang family was the strongest. The Zhuo family was the weakest. Most importantly, the Zhuo family and the Wang family had a very bad relationship. If the two families started a war, the Zhuo family would definitely be at a disadvantage. As Wang Zheng left with his tail between his legs, the surrounding people once again burst into intense applause. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but carry a trace of respect. The strong were respected no matter where they went. The strength that Zhuowen displayed had already gained everyone's recognition. Black Rose, who was originally worried about Zhuowen, now had a very complicated expression. She also didn't think that Zhuowen's strength was actually this strong. His cultivation was clearly at the early stage of the soul transformation realm, but he was able to defeat Wang Zheng, who was at the middle stage of the soul transformation realm, in one move. Her beautiful eyes carefully sized up Zhuowen. Black Rose became more and more certain that this little man in front of her was filled with mysteries. And these mysteries were actually invisibly attracting her, making her constantly want to get closer to this little man and dig out all his secrets. Miss Black Rose, is there something dirty on my face? Why you keep staring at me? A clear voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Black Rose's contemplation. When she raised her head and saw Zhuowen's expression that was like a smile, yet not a smile, her charming face actually turned red. You little brat, you could be considered to have some ability to actually defeat Wang Zheng. However, you have to be careful of his big brother, Wang Meng. I heard that Wang Meng's cultivation has already reached the Nirvana realm. When the time comes, you have to be careful if you meet him. Black Rose secretly glanced at Zhuowen and said in a somewhat gentle tone, Nirvana realm? And I got it. Now, I will help you refine the imminent void pill first. I think you are also a little impatient. Zhuowen said with a smile. When Black Rose heard this, A ray of light suddenly burst out from her beautiful eyes. Then, she hurriedly led Zhuowen to the carriage used by their mercenary group. The medicinal herbs are all in the carriage. The space of the carriage is also very spacious. You can refine it in peace. I will stand guard outside for you. No one will disturb you. Black Rose rather politely pulled up the curtain of the carriage. Zhuowen immediately saw all kinds of medicinal herbs in the carriage. At a glance, he could see that they were all medicinal herbs needed to refine the imminent void pill. And you must not let anyone disturb me. Otherwise, when the time comes, there is a possibility that all my efforts will be in vain. Zhuowen had a rare, serious expression on his face as he instructed. Then, he entered the carriage without saying a word. Black Rose could also feel the seriousness in Zhuowen's eyes. She nodded solemnly and concentrated all her attention on the surroundings of the carriage. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, she would not hesitate to make a move. Just like this, Black Rose's expression was tense as she stood guard around the carriage for about 2 hours. The curtain of the carriage, which was originally very quiet, was suddenly lifted by someone. Then, Zhuowen's delicate and handsome face was suddenly revealed. Has the imminent void pill been refined? Black Rose hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and asked with a rather nervous expression. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was somewhat pale. Looking at the nervous Black Rose, Zhuowen smiled slightly and handed a porcelain bottle to Black Rose. He said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. There are a total of 3 imminent void pills in this porcelain bottle. It should be enough to help you successfully break through." After receiving the porcelain bottle, Black Rose's charming face suddenly revealed an ecstatic expression. She could not help but hug Zhuowen in her arms and said happily, "Brother Zhuowen, I really have to thank you. If I can successfully break through this time, then I will owe you a favor." Chapter 45. Chapter 45. 10,000-year black ice pool. Black Rose, who was holding Zhuowen in her arms because of ecstasy, also realized that her behavior was inappropriate. Just as she was about to separate Zhuowen, she sensitively felt that Zhuowen kept rubbing against her in her arms. An unprecedented feeling of numbness spread from the tip of Zhuowen's toes to his scalp. A pleasant moan sounded from her cherry lips. Her voice was clear and melodious like the chirping of a lark. It entered Zhuowen's ears. Raising his head gently, Zhuowen was surprised to find that Black Rose's face was a little blurred and that pair of moving watery eyes were a little hazy. At this moment, Black Rose was extremely seductive, and she was moaning continuously. Black Rose's seductive state immediately attracted Zhuowen. A wave of lust rose from his lower abdomen. His restless hands could not help but wander up and down Black Rose's alluring body. Perhaps because Zhuowen had used too much force and hurt Black Rose, the blurred look in her beautiful eyes gradually faded and became clear again. When Black Rose woke up, she found that she had unknowingly stuck close to Zhuowen. Black Rose's pretty face immediately flushed red like a ripe apple when she saw herself in such an embarrassing position with Zhuowen. However, she was also a little flustered. Zhuowen's hands were still restlessly groping around. With a soft snort, Black Rose's origin energy burst forth and gently pushed away Zhuowen, who was in close contact with her. Her beautiful eyes looked at the young man in front of her with a complicated expression. She felt that her heart, which had been sealed for a long time, seemed to have a crack when facing this young man. "Little brother Zhuowen, did you feel very comfortable just now? But it's not so easy to take advantage of, big sister." After restraining the complicated emotions in her heart, Black Rose winked at Zhuowen and said coquettishly, "Little demoness." Zhuowen cursed in his heart. Looking at the seductive smile on Black Rose's face, Zhuowen could not help but feel an evil fire rising in his lower abdomen. This plump woman in front of him really knew how to tease. Although Zhuowen was cursing in his heart, he still laughed dryly and said, "Just now, you were the one who took the initiative to hug me." Black Rose's beautiful face was startled when she heard this, and then she actually laughed out loud. Her beautiful eyes looked up and down Zhuowen. and her face suddenly became serious. Big sister doesn't want to joke with you. To thank you for refining the face void pill for me, Big sister will tell you an important piece of information. Zhuan's brows raised. He did not expect that Black Rose, who was still talking and laughing just a moment, to show such a serious expression. It seemed like this so-called information was very important. Then tell me about it, Zhuan said calmly. Little brother Zhuan, you're really calm. Then I'll tell you. A month ago, my men and I found a hidden cave in the Annihilation Forest. After several explorations, we found that there was an ice pool in the cave. The ice pool isn't anything special. Is this the important information you were talking about? Zhuan frowned slightly. He was not unfamiliar with the ice pool. The ice pool was a kind of pool filled with ice demon cold air. The ice demon cold air in this kind of pool was necessary for the cultivation of an expert in the Een Void realm. This was because once a warrior's cultivation reached the Een Void realm, they would have the ability to condense void armor. The so-called void armor was actually a kind of armor made of energy. This kind of armor had extremely strong defensive power and could reduce the impact of the outside world. The ice demon cold air in the ice pool was necessary to condense the void armor. Moreover, this ice demon cold air could be turned into one's own strength to attack. It could be said that it was both offensive and defensive. Because of this symbolic void armor, all the warriors in the Heavenly Armor Continent believed that only warriors who had truly stepped into the Een Void realm were real warriors. Without entering the Een Void realm, even those at the peak of the Nirvana realm would not be recognized by other warriors. The void armor's defensive power was very strong. Even if a warrior at the peak of the Nirvana realm used all his strength, he might not be able to break through the void armor's defense. This was why many warriors yearned to break through to the Een Void realm. In order to condense the void armor, one needed the ice demonic chi that was nurtured in the ice pool. There were several ice pools in the Zhua family. If the disciples in the family broke through to the Een Void realm, they would be qualified to enter the ice pool to condense the void armor. This ice pool is not an ordinary ice pool. It is a 10,000 years mysterious ice pool that can condense ice demon cold beads. Aren't you interested in this kind of news? Black Rose played with her hands and said jokingly. Hearing this, Zhuan's heart suddenly trembled. He involuntarily stood up with a thump and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? It's a 10,000 years mysterious ice pool?" The ice pools were divided into different grades. The grades were determined by the age of the ice pool. Even in the Zhua family, the highest grade ice pool was only about 500 years old. Perhaps only the big forces in the Qingxian Empire had ice pools like the 10,000 years mysterious ice pool. The higher the level of the ice demon cold chi, the more powerful the void armor a warrior could condense. Then, the strength of the warrior in the Een Void realm would also be more powerful. It was said that the void armor condensed from the ice demon cold chi in the mysterious ice pool had extremely strong defensive power. It could even withstand a full blow from an expert of the Yang realm. However, Zhuan didn't expect that such a strange item like the 10,000 years mysterious ice pool would appear in an unknown remote city in the empire. This surprised Zhuan. Are you serious? But you're willing to share such important information with me, instead of secretly keeping it for yourself. It seems that you are in some trouble. Zhuan didn't lose his mind because of this shocking news. After thinking for a while, he calmly looked at Black Rose and said unhurriedly. Black Rose was a little surprised by Zhuan's lack of arrogance. Sometimes, she really wondered if this 15-year-old boy in front of her was an old monster in disguise. The maturity and experience he showed was really not something a 15-year-old boy should have. Brother Zhuan is a smart person. Since this is the case, I won't beat around the bush. It's like this. Although our mercenary group found the secret cave, there was a meta beast guarding it. Because of this, our mercenary group lost a few brothers. Speaking of this, Black Rose's beautiful eyes revealed a rare trace of coldness. Meta beast guarding it? How's the strength of that meta beast? Zhuan asked curiously. He looked as if he had expected this. Last time, I fought with that meta beast. According to my estimation, it should be an unranked meta beast. However, its strength was very close to a level 1 meta beast. If it wasn't for the fact that we had more people, I might not have been able to come back. Speaking of this, Black Rose's face revealed a lingering fear. Obviously, the battle situation must have been very dangerous. Its strength was close to a level 1 meta beast. This level of meta beast strength isn't something an ordinary Nirvana realm martial artist can handle. Could it be that you're so confident that you can kill this meta beast with me? You should know that my cultivation is only at the soul transformation realm. I'm just an ordinary character. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, how could a warrior who could defeat Wang Zheng at the middle stage of soul transformation realm be an ordinary person? Also, looking at your appearance, you should have some hidden cards. In this case, your real combat strength isn't weak. At least, it should be comparable to a warrior at the early stage of Nirvana realm. Today, with your near void pill, I should be able to break through to the Een void realm. At that time, with your strength that isn't weaker than a Nirvana realm martial artist and the strength of our mercenary group, I think we should be able to take down that meta beast. I wonder if Brother Zhuowen will agree to help us. Black Rose said with a smile, I can help you, but I have a condition. That is, I must have a share of the Ice Demon Pearl. If you agree to this condition, I will help you. What do you think? Zhuowen smiled faintly and ignored Black Rose's hot body. Instead, he looked straight in her eyes and said seriously. Upon hearing this, Black Rose's face suddenly changed. Zhuowen was simply asking for too much. One should know that the most important part of the mysterious ice pool was the Ice Demon Pearl. The Ice Demon Pearl could only be formed in the ice pool that was more than 10,000 years old. The Ice Demon Pearl and the Ice Demon Pearl was definitely of the highest quality in the mysterious ice pool. However, looking at the youth in front of her with a faint smile, Black Rose could only clench her teeth and said fiercely, Okay, but in the process of killing that meta beast, you must use all your strength. You can't skim on the job. Don't worry. It's a matter, of course, to take someone's money and solve their problem. But when do you plan to go to the stone cave? Black Rose snorted and said, Tomorrow at noon, we will still gather at this place. When you arrive, my people will bring you to us. Tonight, I will prepare to break through to the Een Void Realm. After I succeed, we will have more confidence in dealing with that meta beast. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said, In that case, let's meet again tomorrow. After the two of them chatted for a while, Zhuowen bade farewell to Black Rose and left the market. Looking at Zhuowen's back that could not be considered strong, a rare trace of disappointment appeared on Black Rose's pretty face. She could only watch in a daze as night gradually fell. In the pavilion, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation. If what Black Rose said is true, then the meta beast in the stone cave must be very strong. Although my strength is now comparable to a Nirvana realm warrior, I can at most resist the strength of an early Nirvana realm warrior. If it is a middle Nirvana realm warrior, I will be defeated. In order to make it easier to seize the mysterious ice pool tomorrow, I have to improve my strength. But how can I improve my strength? Zhuowen sighed softly and frowned. Time was really too short. He only had one day. It was very difficult for him to increase his strength in such a short time. Just as Zhuowen was frowning, Xiaohei's voice suddenly appeared in Zhuowen's mind. Chapter 46. The Dragon Aura of the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. What method? Zhuowen asked ecstatically. With a swish, Xiaohei flew out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and landed on his shoulder. She crossed her little paws and said slowly, Looking at your body's condition, you should have cultivated the primordial roaring dragon fist before, right? You just broke through, so it's impossible for you to break through again in such a short amount of time. The only way is to increase the power of the primordial roaring dragon fist. Right now, my primordial roar dragon fist has reached the 6th dragon roar realm. However, it's getting harder and harder. It's been a few months now, and I haven't been able to break through again. However, Grandfather once said that if I awakened the dragon soul in my body, I would be able to unleash the true power of the primordial roaring dragon fist. Unfortunately, at this point, Zhuowen sized up Xiaohei, who was like a black dog, and sighed helplessly. Brat, why are you looking at me like that? How is this Lord Dragon inferior to those lowly dragon souls? You should know that this Lord Dragon's rank is much higher than those so-called rank 9 dragon souls in Ryuka. If those dragon souls can increase the power of the primordial roaring dragon fist, then this Lord Dragon can naturally increase the power of the primordial roaring dragon fist. Xiaohei instantly became flustered and exasperated. She scratched her Xiaohei's head with her little claws as she glared at Zhuowen with resentment. It seems that if I don't show you what this Lord Dragon is capable of, you won't know how powerful this Lord Dragon is. To tell you the truth, the immemorial Dragon Roar Fist is a fist technique created by an ancient expert by imitating a true dragon. Only those with a trace of dragon energy in their body can unleash the true power of this fist technique. Dragon Chi? But now I don't have this so-called Dragon Chi. Aren't you talking nonsense? Zhuowen said doubtfully. You idiot! You have a supreme treasure like the Supreme Dragon Cauldron in your body. How could you lack Dragon Chi? You should know that the Supreme Dragon Cauldron was a treasure that suppressed thousands of dragons in the ancient times. Although it is now damaged beyond recognition, there is still some Dragon Chi left inside. It's just that you have no way to extract this Dragon Chi. Xiaohei gently knocked on Zhuowen's head and said indifferently, Oh, I didn't expect that the Jade Cauldron would contain Dragon Chi. Xiaohei, from the looks of it, you should be able to extract the Dragon Chi from it. Hee. Xiaohei, since you're so powerful, why don't you help me? Zhuowen rubbed his hands and smiled fawningly. Of course I have to help you. After all, whether or not this Lord Dragon can recover in the future depends on you. The stronger you become, the greater the chances of this Lord Dragon recovering. All right, take out the Supreme Dragon Cauldron first. I will extract a trace of Dragon Chi from the cauldron first. After Xiaohei finished speaking, Zhuowen didn't waste any time. He pointed at his glabella with his right hand, and a somewhat broken jade cauldron immediately appeared in front of the dragon and human. The process of extracting the Dragon Chi cannot be disturbed at all, so you have to protect me later. Xiaohei's expression suddenly became a lot more serious. Then, she waved her little claw, and a stream of ink-black energy suddenly turned into a whirlpool and entered the jade cauldron. As the energy from the whirlpool entered, the jade cauldron suddenly buzzed. Then, the huge cauldron actually trembled violently. Then, an extremely powerful pressure spread throughout the entire training room. This pressure was like a mountain, causing the entire room to tremble a few times. Facing this powerful pressure, even Zhuowen couldn't help but stagger. Moreover, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling and rioting. What a powerful pressure! Zhuowen's face suddenly revealed a look of horror. As he had cultivated the violent blood beast body, Zhuowen's physical strength was far stronger than ordinary warriors. Even so, Zhuowen still felt very uncomfortable under this pressure. It was obvious how powerful this pressure was. Xiaohei's eyes became even more serious. She waved her claw again, and 2 streams of ink-black energy flew out from her claws. Then, they turned into 2 black whirlpools and entered the jade cauldron. As the 2 whirlpools entered, the jade cauldron trembled even more violently. The pressure emitted from the cauldron also became even more terrifying. At the same time, deafening dragon roars continuously whistled out from the jade cauldron. Plop! Under this even more powerful pressure, Zhuowen finally couldn't hold on any longer and knelt down. Beads of sweat the size of beans continuously flowed down from his forehead, and ferocious veins popped out one after another under this pressure. At this moment, countless giant dragon shadows suddenly appeared above the jade cauldron. Looking at these giant dragon shadows, Zhuowen was stunned. A look of horror spread across his face. This was because he discovered the 5-clawed golden dragon, 9 abyss demon dragon, frost dragon, and a series of other famous true dragons in Ryuka's ancestral records. Moreover, from these giant dragon shadows, Zhuowen could feel that these dragons' auras were extremely powerful. It could be said that these dragons were extremely powerful existences in ancient times. However, the illusions of these famous true dragons had appeared above the jade cauldron at the same time. Although it was only a part of the aura of these dragons, it still shocked Zhuowen. The fact that the aura of these true dragons was left behind meant that the cauldron had once imprisoned these famous true dragons. At this moment, Zhuowen really began to pay attention to this jade cauldron that had mysteriously appeared in his sea of consciousness. Kid, the Supreme Dragon Cauldron contains the auras of thousands of dragons in the world. You can choose a dragon aura that suits you. Kid, hurry up and choose. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress these dragon auras for a long time. Just as Zhuowen was in a daze, Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded, causing Zhuowen to regain his senses. Then, he looked at the majestic, giant dragon shadows above the jade cauldron with a burning gaze. After pondering for a moment, just as Xiaohei was about to be unable to hold on, Zhuowen finally said, "I choose the 5-clawed golden dragon." As soon as Zhuowen's voice fell, Xiaohei stretched out her little claws at lightning speed and pinched the 5-clawed golden dragon floating above the cauldron. Then, she hurriedly closed the jade cauldron again. As expected of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, there are so many true dragon auras inside. This dragon lord almost couldn't suppress so many dragon auras. Xiaohei sighed softly, then threw the dragon aura of the 5-clawed golden dragon to Zhuowen and said, "Kid, take it and refine it. With this dragon aura, the power of your primeval chaos dragon roar fist will increase by several times." After catching the dragon aura, Zhuowen curiously observed the dragon aura in his hand. This was a golden dragon that was only the size of a palm. Its appearance was very majestic. The most peculiar thing was that there was a 5th dragon claw at the lower abdomen of this golden dragon. Zhuowen knew that this 5th claw was the 5-clawed golden dragon's ultimate skill. Once this 5th claw was used, even heaven and earth would change color. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen immediately activated the Yuan power in his body. His Yuan power turned into a long white river in his hand, and the small 5-clawed golden dragon immediately broke free from Zhuowen's restraints and entered the long white river. Then, Zhuowen controlled the 5-clawed golden dragon to enter the meridians in his body. When the dragon aura entered the meridians, the small 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to be a loss. It began to struggle vigorously in Zhuowen's meridians. Waves of powerful dragon aura constantly attacked Zhuowen's meridians, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of blood. "Brat, you're really useless. It seems that you still need this dragon master to take action." Xiaohei looked at Zhuowen, whose face was extremely ugly, and helplessly shook its little head. Its little claw suddenly patted Zhuowen's shoulder, and a black vortex suddenly entered Zhuowen's meridians. Then, it flew toward the 5-clawed golden dragon's dragon aura. When a black vortex appeared in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon, the originally violent 5-clawed golden dragon calmed down like a child who had done something wrong. As the 5-clawed golden dragon calmed down, Zhuowen successfully guided the dragon aura into his dantian with the help of Xiaohei. When the dragon aura entered his dantian, the 3 fireballs in his dantian immediately surrounded the dragon aura. Waves of blazing flames erupted from them and began to refine the golden dragon that suddenly intruded. Looking at the young man who had his eyes closed peacefully in front of him, Xiaohei sighed and said, "Brat, whether or not you can successfully refine the dragon aura will all depend on you." Although Zhuowen looked very calm on the outside, the inside of his dantian was not as calm. After the 5-clawed golden dragon entered his dantian, it began to become restless. The golden dragon wantonly twisted its golden body, and the powerful dragon aura actually stirred up the 3 fireballs in Zhuowen's dantian, causing them to fly in all directions. Pooh! Zhuowen immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on Zhuowen's face as he said to himself, "I'll go all out. I must refine this guy." Therefore, Zhuowen desperately urged the yuan power in his body, and the 3 fireballs in his dantian also became more powerful. Waves of stronger flames surrounded the 5-clawed golden dragon. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was already bright. Even the clouds in the sky revealed a trace of warm light. It has already been a night. Has this brat still not succeeded in refining it? Xiao Hei sat on the ground, and her pair of small eyes looked worriedly at Zhuowen, who was sitting on the bed and cultivating with his eyes closed. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was originally motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed across his eyes. "Brat, you've succeeded in refining it?" Zhuowen did not answer Xiao Hei's question. Instead, he flipped over and stood up. His entire body straightened, and an extremely loud dragon roar erupted from his body. Roar! A huge golden dragon flew out from Zhuowen's body, and the appearance of this huge golden dragon was that of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen's fists were like an explosive spring, and they were not tired at all as they drew streaks in the air. The powerful force instantly tore the surrounding air apart, and a hissing sound could be heard incessantly. Roar! Roar! Following that, the 5-clawed golden dragons continuously surged out from Zhuowen's body. When 6 5-clawed golden dragons had gathered outside of his body, Zhuowen's fists suddenly changed. An intense golden light erupted from his fists, and another 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly drilled out from his body. 7 5-clawed golden dragons crawled at Zhuowen's feet, and at this moment, it looked magnificent and majestic. Chapter 47. Han Yuha. This time, the power of the primeval chaos dragon roar fist has increased a lot compared to before. Even with the help of the dragon chi of the 5-clawed golden dragon, I broke through to the 7-dragon roar realm in one fell swoop. I feel that even if I were to fight against a warrior at the peak of the Nirvana realm, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Zhuowen laughed heartily. He stretched his body and stood up. His face was filled with excitement. "Xiao Hei, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have had a narrow escape." Zhuowen suddenly bowed to Xiao Hei and said with a serious expression. Zhuowen was someone who valued kindness very much. If someone gave him a peach, he would naturally return the favor. "Oomph, you're so mushy. I'm not used to you acting like this. I'm only helping you out of selfishness. It's not like I'm helping you for free." Xiao Hei pursed her lips in an uncomfortable manner. "Even so, you're still helping me. I will remember your kindness. In the future, when I truly become stronger, I will definitely think of a way to help you recover," Zhuowen said seriously. His face was serious, and not a trace of carelessness could be seen on his face. Ew. Xiao Hei curled her lips slightly as she sized up Zhuowen. There was a strange look in her small eyes. "You've just made a breakthrough in your primeval chaos dragon roar fist. There's still some time before noon. I'll leave first." After Xiao Hei finished speaking, she turned into a shadow and entered Zhuowen's glabella. Zhuowen nodded and sat cross-legged on the bed to slowly consolidate his strength. At noon, the market square was bustling as usual. People came and went, bustling with activity. However, when Zhuowen arrived at the market square, he immediately became the focus of everyone. Zhuowen could even see that many people's eyes revealed a trace of fanatical reverence. Clearly, this was the result of Zhuowen's strong defeat of Wang Zheng yesterday. Ignoring these respectful gazes, Zhuowen went straight to the old place where he and Black Rose had agreed to meet yesterday. After arriving at the agreed place, a burly man who had been waiting for a long time respectfully invited Zhuowen to the carriage, and then the carriage left. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the carriage finally stopped. Before Zhuowen alighted from the carriage, he heard Black Rose's charming voice from afar. "Little brother Zhuowen, you're really punctual." Zhuowen lifted the curtain and immediately saw Black Rose's charming face. He smiled and said, "Miss Black Rose, didn't you come early too? You look like you can't wait." Zhuowen jumped off the carriage and narrowed his eyes at Black Rose and the dozen or so fully armed mercenaries behind her. The mercenaries behind Black Rose were basically burly men with strength around the divine valor realm. However, what surprised Zhuan was that he actually saw another woman besides Black Rose. This woman was not very old, probably around 20 years old. Her face was quite beautiful, and although her figure was not as good as Black Rose's, she was comparable to Zhuo Meishue of the Zhuo family. However, this woman's appearance was cold, and she seemed to keep people at a distance. "How's the Lin Shu pill? Did you succeed in breaking through last night?" Zhuo sized up Black Rose. He could feel a terrifying energy fluctuation in Black Rose's body. This fluctuation was much stronger than yesterday. Clearly, she had succeeded in breaking through. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Black Rose's smile became wider. She said with a smile, "That's all thanks to little brother Zhuowen's Lin Shu pill. I didn't expect that little elixir to be so heaven-defying. After I took 2 pills, I successfully broke through. Don't call me Miss Black Rose anymore. Just call me Han Shui." Zhuowen nodded slightly and felt happy. He also didn't expect the Lin Shu pill to be so effective. It seemed that when he broke through to the Yin Void realm, he wouldn't be afraid of the bottleneck. As long as his cultivation reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, he could break through directly after taking the Lin Shu pill. "Big sister, is he the expert you were talking about? Why is his cultivation only at the soul transformation realm? Isn't he courting death by going to the cave with such a cultivation?" A cold voice entered Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen turned his head and found that the woman with the cold appearance had come to the side of Black Rose Han Shui. She frowned slightly and sized up Zhuowen. When she discovered that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the soul transformation realm, she said with slight displeasure. Although she was slightly surprised that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the soul transformation realm at such a young age, that was all. "She is?" Zhuowen asked with a slight frown. "She is the vice leader of the Flowing Flame mercenary group, Han Yu. She's my sister. She is a little blunt, so don't take it to heart. Although Han Yu is young, her cultivation has reached the early stage of the Nirvana realm. She can be considered one of the main members of the team to seize the ice pool." Han Shui looked at Zhuowen apologetically and then said to the cold-faced Han Yu, "Little sister, Zhuowen is the expert who refined the Ascension Void Pill for me. If it wasn't for him, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through. Don't look down on him just because he is only at the early stage of the soul transformation realm. He was able to defeat Wang Zheng, who was at the middle stage of the soul transformation realm, in one move. If we were to really fight, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than yours." When Han Shui said this, the originally cold-faced Han Yu looked at Zhuowen with slight astonishment. However, she immediately regained her cold expression and said indifferently, "So what? So what if he is at the early stage of the Nirvana realm? Big sister, you alone are enough to deal with that soon-to-be rank 1 meta beast. This person won't be of much help even if he comes." After saying that, Han Yu actually ignored Zhuowen and walked into the dense forest alone. Han Shui shook her head helplessly as she watched Han Yu leave alone. She then said apologetically, "This is Han Yu's personality. Please don't take it to heart. Let's go." We are now at the outermost area of the Annihilation Forest, and the cave is located deeper in. We should be more cautious. Zhuowen smiled. He didn't take Han Yu's cold attitude to heart. After all, the two of them had just met, and they might not have any more interactions after this cooperation. Zhuowen didn't care about this at all. Han Shui heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhuowen did not seem to mind at all. She then yelled and led the group of people into the depths of the forest carefully. Along the way, Han Shui's group did not encounter any powerful metabeasts. Instead, they passed through the forest without any mishaps. As they continued to venture deeper into the forest, Han Shui, who was at the front, finally made a gesture. Immediately, the entire group stopped. "Have we arrived?" Zhuowen, who was following behind Han Shui, asked in a soft voice. Han Shui's pretty face turned solemn. She nodded gently and said, "The stone cave is at the bend ahead. The stone cave is rather deep, and the metabeast is guarding the mysterious ice pool in the deepest part of the stone cave. Han Yu, I will go in and lure the metabeast out. You will arrange the people here. When the metabeast comes out, you will attack together with me and kill it on the spot. Han Shui turned her head to look at Han Yu and instructed solemnly. Elder sister, you have to be careful too. Han Yu's cold face revealed a trace of worry. Okay. Han Shui smiled faintly. After she gave some instructions, her body flashed and transformed into a vigorous black shadow that rushed into the stone cave. After Han Shui left, the atmosphere became tense. After all, they were about to face a meta beast. Although it was an unranked meta beast, its strength couldn't be underestimated. Achio, make arrangements for the brothers. Get the ice silk net and weapons ready. The empty space in front of the cave is the best place to set up an ambush. Get the brothers ready. Han Yu pointed at a brawny man with a simple and honest face and said indifferently, All right, deputy leader, I will get the brothers ready. The brawny man who was pointed at was flattered and immediately shouted to the other brawny men. After a while, more than 10 brawny men finished setting up the trap. All of them looked anxiously at the dark cave. Han Yu seemed to have forgotten about Zhuowen. After the brawny men were done setting up the trap, she didn't even look at Zhuowen. Instead, she focused on the cave. Zhuowen could feel the rejection from the mercenaries and Han Yu. However, he felt a little embarrassed to be a bystander. Therefore, Zhuowen could only take the initiative to ask, Miss Han Yu, what do I have to do? Han Yu was still focused on the cave and didn't look at Zhuowen. Instead, she said coldly, We are the only ones here. You just have to watch. Anyway, you can't help much with your strength. When the time comes, you might even be more of a hindrance. Even if Zhuowen had a good temper, he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard Han Yu's words, especially when those brawny men looked at him with a playful expression after hearing Han Yu's words. It was as if they were looking at a joke. This made Zhuowen even angrier. This B*TCH must know about the agreement between Black Rose and me. This time, she is obviously rejecting me on purpose so that I won't be able to do anything. After we get the ice pool, I won't have a share of the ice demon pearl. Zhuowen thought for a while and understood why Han Yu didn't like him. It was probably because she knew about his request to Han Shui. Therefore, she was rejecting him on purpose. Kid, don't be rash. I can feel that the meta beast in the cave isn't simple. With their current strength, it's really difficult to deal with that meta beast. When the time comes, it will be your time to make a move. For now, you should just watch the show. Originally, Zhuowen couldn't help but want to make a move. However, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang in Zhuowen's mind. Could it be that the meta beast has already advanced to level 1? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. That's indeed the case. It's a level 1 meta beast. With the strength of these mercenaries, even with the help of Han Shui, who has already made a breakthrough, they won't be able to deal with it. When the time comes, you will naturally make a move. Han Shui and the rest can't even deal with it together. Do you think I will be a match for a level 1 meta beast? Zhuowen said with an ugly expression. He didn't expect the meta beast in the cave to have made a breakthrough. If it was a day ago, it wouldn't be possible for you to do so. However, you now have the dragon energy of the 5-clawed golden dragon in your body. The 5-clawed golden dragon is an ancient true dragon. Even the king of all beasts wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of a true dragon. Once you release your dragon energy, you will be able to completely suppress the strength of that level 1 meta beast. When the time comes, you will be able to fight it with your current strength. When Zhuowen heard this, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He then leaned against the tree lazily and looked at Han Yu and the rest with interest. Zhuowen's actions also caused the burly men to be surprised. However, they immediately revealed a mocking look on their faces. Obviously, they were extremely disdainful of Zhuowen's cowardly actions. Chapter 48. Scaled Tiger Rumble. Rumble. In a short while, an intense tremor was accompanied by a deafening roar of a wild beast. Everyone outside the cave revealed a grave expression when they sensed the huge commotion in the depths of the cave. They knew that they were about to face the terrifying meta beast in the cave. Han Yu, who had a cold expression on her face, could not help but clench her fists tightly. The paleness on the back of her hands showed that she was not calm at all. Whoosh! A slender figure was the first to appear at the entrance of the cave. It was Han Shui, who was in a hurry. At this moment, there was a trace of horror on her delicate face, and fine beads of sweat trickled down her snow-white forehead. As soon as Han Shui appeared, the tremors on the ground became even more intense. At the same time, deafening roars were heard continuously. Then, a huge black shadow rushed out of the cave at a high speed. A joy surfaced on Han Yu's pretty face when she saw that the Yuan beast was finally lured out of the cave by Han Shui. She immediately gave the order, and the dozen strong men who were waiting around her pulled one end of the ice silk net. They suddenly exerted their strength and placed it horizontally in front of the cave entrance. Apparently, the black shadow did not expect that there would be an ambush at the entrance of the cave. It rushed straight into the ice silk net and was caught by the shiny ice silk net. Got him! The dozen strong men who had been on tenterhooks suddenly cheered. Even Han Yu, who had an ice-cold appearance, could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that the black figure was tightly bound by the ice silk net. A rare smile appeared on his face. Han Yu, hurry up and run. This meta beast has already advanced to a level 1 meta beast. We can't deal with this big fellow at all. Just as everyone was secretly feeling pleased with themselves, Han Shui's flustered voice suddenly rang out, causing the originally cheering crowd to be stunned. Sister, this big guy has already been bound by the ice silk net. You have to know that the ice silk net is extremely tough. Even a class 1 meta beast would have a hard time breaking it open. Even if this big guy had really advanced to a class 1 meta beast, it wouldn't be able to break free from the ice silk net. When Han Yu first heard Han Shui say that the meta beast had evolved into a level 1 meta beast, she was extremely shocked. However, when she thought about the tenacity of the ice silk net, she wasn't as worried. Instead, she appeared to have a card up her sleeve. When Han Yu finished speaking, the meta beast that was trapped in the ice silk net suddenly roared. Subsequently, a powerful force erupted from its body. Following that, the dozen burly men who were holding the edge of the ice silk net felt an irresistible force coming from their hands. After that, they were flung a dozen meters away by this force. A loud roar came from the meta beast's mouth. Then, a scarlet energy spread from its surface. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the tough ice silk net actually shattered like a piece of paper. After breaking free from the ice silk net, the meta beast finally revealed its true face. This meta beast was about 10 feet in size. It was a few times taller than everyone. Its head was like a tiger, but it wasn't exactly a tiger. However, it was covered in brown scales. Its dark golden eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow. It was actually a scaled tiger beast. The scaled tiger beast was considered one of the stronger level 1 meta beasts. In particular, the brown scales on its body were extremely tough and had extremely strong defense. The scaled tiger beast roared towards the sky. Its cold gaze was mercilessly locked on Han Yu, who was standing nearby in a daze. A trace of bloodthirsty and violent light gradually climbed into its eyes. It knew that this human woman in front of it was the one who ordered the dozen burly men to ambush it. The scaled tiger beast stomped its feet on the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to tremble and crack. The strong repulsion force instantly caused the scaled tiger beast to charge towards Han Yu like a ghost. Seeing that the scaled tiger beast had actually chosen to attack her directly, Han Yu's face turned pale. She knew that the terrifying meta beast in front of her was so powerful that it could directly tear the ice silk net apart. Go all out. Biting her red lips, Han Yu knew that she would definitely not be able to dodge the scaled tiger beast attack. Hence, she might as well activate the Yuan power in her body. Waves of powerful, milky white Yuan power gathered around Han Yu's body. Defying Phoenix in the sky, a soft cry escaped from Han Yu's mouth. Following which, the powerful Yuan power gathered in front of Han Yu to form a white phoenix that was several feet in size. The phoenix let out a shrill cry and immediately flew towards the scaled tiger beast. Bam! When the two collided, a powerful shock wave instantly erupted from the collision, following which a crisp cracking sound rang out. A crack actually appeared on the surface of the white phoenix, which was even larger than the scaled tiger beast. Following which, The crack quietly spread out in all directions like a spider web. The white phoenix let out a mournful cry as it was instantly torn to shreds by the scaled tiger beast's powerful strength. Following which, the scaled tiger beast continued to fly towards Han Yu's location without losing any momentum. The killing intent in its eyes was even more pronounced. After the white phoenix was violently torn apart by the scaled tiger beast, Han Yu spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash from her secret art. Seeing that the scaled tiger beast was still relentlessly pursuing her, Han Yu's face turned even paler and her legs started to tremble involuntarily. Han Yu, watch out! Just when Han Yu thought that she was going to die, a delicate shout suddenly sounded out. Han Shue's slender figure immediately stood in front of Han Yu. A pair of jade-like hands fiercely stretched out. Vigorous yuan power continuously gathered in her jade-like hands like a whirlpool. Suddenly, a huge yuan power wall condensed in front of her. Bam! The scaled tiger beast crashed into the elemental energy wall in a wild and violent manner. Immediately after, a violent whirlwind rose up from the collision between the two of them. The ground where the two of them were standing started to crack inch by inch like a spiderweb. However, Han Shue's move actually blocked the terrifying scaled tiger beast. Looking at the deadlock between the woman and the beast, the originally ashen-faced Han Yu suddenly lit up with hope. Han Yu, hurry up and leave this place. This scaled tiger beast is not something that you can handle. I'll hold this beast here for a while. Hurry up and leave. Fine beads of sweat continuously flowed down from Han Shue's fair forehead. Her rosy face had also become extremely pale. Obviously, even though she had entered the Yin Void realm, it was still very difficult for her to deal with this scaled tiger beast. Sister, I won't leave. This time, it's my fault that you're in such a predicament. If I had listened to you from the beginning and led everyone away, we wouldn't have suffered such a loss. You wouldn't have to fight the scaled tiger beast head-on because of me. At worst, we'll die together. Han Yu's eyes suddenly became extremely red. The cold expression on her face was now somewhat miserable and resolute. Looking at her stubborn sister behind her, Han Shui suddenly felt an incomparable headache. She felt the pressure on her hand become heavier and heavier. It was as if the thing in front of her was not a ferocious beast, but an extremely heavy mountain. Oh, whoa. The scaled tiger beast's eyes suddenly became extremely red. An even more powerful force was emitted from its body. Then, its sturdy feet stomped on the ground again, and with an even more terrifying force, it directly collided with Han Shui. Han Shui only felt the pressure on her hand suddenly increase by several times. Her pretty face suddenly became incomparably pale. Then, a mouthful of bright red blood slowly flowed down from her cherry lips. The scaled tiger beast was like an engine that did not know fatigue as it rammed into the yuan power wall that Han Shui had condensed. As the scaled tiger beast rammed into the yuan power wall with brute force, the yuan power wall in front of Han Shui became increasingly dim. When the wall of elemental energy became almost transparent, Han Shue's face revealed a mournful expression. She turned her head and looked at Han Yu, who was at a loss for what to do, and said, Han Yu, it looks like we're really going to die here. I really regret bringing you along. If you hadn't come out, you wouldn't have died with me. Sister, what are you talking about? If it weren't for me, how could you possibly die? I should be the one who has wronged you. Perhaps I can only repay you in my next life. Han Yu said with a gentle expression as she gently held Han Shue's jade-like hand. Just as the two of them were about to die, an untimely voice suddenly rang in their ears. TSK, TSK, you're making it seem like we're going to part forever. I really can't watch this anymore. This abrupt voice instantly woke the two of them up, following which, the two of them were shocked to find that a skinny figure had unknowingly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Zhuowen, why aren't you leaving? You should know that the scaled tiger beast is a genuine level 1 yuan beast. Although you have some trump cards on you, your cultivation level is too low. You can't possibly be a match for the scaled tiger beast. Han Shui immediately recognized the owner of this figure, and she involuntarily cried out in alarm. Her voice was filled with deep worry. Hanyu looked at the young man in front of her with a complicated expression. Clearly, she had ordered her subordinates to reject this young man who had appeared out of nowhere. But now that she was in danger, this young man whom she had rejected actually stood in front of her without hesitation. Recalling her own actions and the young man's back, Hanyu suddenly felt a burning sensation on her cheeks. Zhuowen, your strength is not even comparable to mine. You'd better not sacrifice yourself for us. You'd better leave quickly, Hanyu said. However, their persuasion did not have the slightest effect. The young man gently shook his head and said somewhat arrogantly, "Don't worry, I can handle myself." The scaled tiger beast was clearly enraged by the sudden appearance of Zhuowen. Two pillars of air spewed out from its nostrils as a furious roar erupted from its throat. Once again, it stomped its feet on the ground and charged towards Zhuowen like a cannonball. This time, the strength used by the scaled tiger beast was far greater than the previous few times. Even the air was torn apart by its powerful strength, and the sound of air exploding continuously reverberated in everyone's ears. Zhuowen snorted coldly. Silently, he mobilized the strength of 7 dragons in his body. The golden dragon aura of the 5-clawed golden dragon instantly gathered on both of his fists. At the same time, Zhuowen silently activated the first heaven of rampage of the violent blood beast body. Countless blood veins erupted from both of his arms. Instantly, a powerful force filled Zhuowen's entire body. It's over. Zhuowen is too impulsive. Now is not the time to show off. Just as Han Shui was shaking her head and sighing at Zhuowen's impulsiveness, she saw Zhuowen's fist suddenly explode. Blood veins and dragon aura crisscrossed on both of his arms. Then, they landed heavily on the scaled tiger beast's head. Chapter 49. Deep in the cave. How is this possible? The scaled tiger beast was actually pushed back? Han Shui and Han Yu both covered their cherry lips with their jade-like hands. Their beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the scaled tiger beast that had been pushed back a dozen steps. They really couldn't understand how Zhuowen, who was only at the soul transformation realm, was able to fight against the scaled tiger beast that even Han Shui, who was at the Yin Void realm, couldn't deal with. As if they had expected something, the two girls suddenly focused their attention on the skinny figure. They saw that the young figure wasn't in a good condition either. He had also been pushed back a dozen steps. The powerful force instantly carved out 2 deep depressions in the ground. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked at his hands with joy. At this moment, there were 2 strands of red and yellow energy crisscrossing in his hands. An extremely powerful wave emitted from Zhuowen's fists. Zhuowen could feel that the dragon aura condensed in his palms was just as Xiaohei had said. It really did have the effect of suppressing the strength of a metabeast. Moreover, the dragon aura and the blood strands intertwined with each other, producing a considerable amount of power. When Zhuowen's fists came into contact with the scaled tiger beast, the pressure from the dragon aura caused the scaled tiger beast's entire body to stiffen. Its original strength as a level 1 meta beast was actually suppressed by the dragon aura. It could only display the strength of a Nirvana realm martial artist. It was precisely because the scaled tiger beast's strength was greatly reduced under the dragon aura suppression that Zhuowen was able to push it back with a single punch. However, Zhuowen didn't have it easy either. His internal organs were slightly injured, but under the effect of the immortal essence, these injuries gradually recovered. Suddenly stomping on the ground, a hint of fear appeared in the scaled tiger beast's scarlet eyes for the first time. It could feel that when it came into contact with the human youth in front of it, there was an aura that made its soul tremble. At the same time, its strength actually decreased by a lot. However, the scaled tiger beast was only a level 1 meta beast after all. Its spiritual intelligence wasn't very high. Soon, its heart was filled with rage. It exhaled 2 air pillars from its nostrils and actually flew towards Zhuowen again. The surface of its body emitted an even more intense blood-red energy. "Ha! You've come at the right time. I can use you to test the power of this dragon chi." Zhuowen laughed boldly and took a step forward. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. At the same time, the golden dragon aura and the blood veins of the violent blood beast body began to intertwine on the surface of his body. The powerful energy immediately tore apart Zhuowen's clothes. Bang! With a spring of both his legs, the powerful recoil force shattered the ground. Zhuowen's entire body was like a ghost as he rushed towards the scaled tiger beast. Rumble! When the two collided again, an even more intense light burst out from their surroundings. The powerful fluctuation immediately tore the surrounding air apart, forming a powerful and violent airwave. The place where the two collided was also blasted into a huge pit by the powerful destructive force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The man and beast seemed to be addicted to fighting as they constantly collided with each other. Deafening loud noises continuously rang out from the intersection of the two. The originally flat ground had now become a ruin with thousands of holes. Looking at the man and beast that seemed to be evenly matched in strength and the destructive force caused by the powerful fluctuations produced by the two, Han Shui and Han Yu were already dumbfounded. Is this guy really only at the soul transformation realm? How can his strength be so terrifying? Even a scaled tiger can't do anything to this guy. Han Yu's gaze was complicated as she looked at the skinny figure. She found it hard to imagine that such a small body could actually contain such a powerful strength. Thinking back to the ridicule and disdain she had for Zhuowen at the beginning, Han Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of self-mockery. The youth in front of her had strength that far surpassed her own. It was laughable that she had overestimated herself and ridiculed the youth's strength. Moreover, she had joined forces with the other members to ostracize the youth. Bang! Another fierce collision. Immediately, a powerful energy fluctuation accompanied by a wave of air spread out in all directions. The violent astral winds produced by the collision of Yuan Qi also caused Han Shui and Han Yu to involuntarily retreat by more than 10 steps. At this moment, the scaled tiger was in a rather sorry state. The hard scales on its huge head had actually cracked, and traces of bright red blood flowed down from the cracks. The originally bloodthirsty beast's eyes were now showing a rare trace of fear. Zhuowen looked at the scaled tiger in front of him with a serious expression. His condition was not much better than the scaled tiger's. In fact, it was even worse. His arms were now dripping with blood and were almost numb. If it wasn't for the immortal essence in his body continuously releasing a cooling energy to repair his wounds, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to hold on. Oh, the scaled tiger let out a mournful roar. Under the shocked gazes of the few people, it actually turned around and fled. The direction it was fleeing towards was the direction of the cave. Looking at the fleeing scaled tiger, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He lightly sighed and immediately took out a chi-boosting pill from his chinquan pouch and threw it into his mouth. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to recover his Yuan Qi. Zhuowen, are you all right? Han Shui asked with a concerned look on her face as she led Han Yu to Zhuowen's side carefully. At this moment, Han Shui's attitude towards Zhuowen had changed. A faint trace of reverence could be seen in her eyes. Although Zhuowen's cultivation level was much lower than hers, the strength that he had displayed was indeed higher than hers. Naturally, the strong were the easiest to gain the respect of others. I'm fine. It's just that I've overdrawn my Yuan Qi. I should be able to recover after some rest. Looking at the concerned look on Han Shui's pretty face, Zhuowen said gently. Hearing that Zhuowen was fine, Han Shui also let out a soft sigh of relief. Han Yu, who had been following behind Han Shui in silence, suddenly walked in front of Zhuowen. Unexpectedly, a trace of a strange expression appeared on her originally cold face. Han Yu gently wiped away the sweat on Zhuowen's face and said in a gentle voice, Zhuowen, thank you for saving my sisters and my life. We both owe you a favor. Also, I sincerely apologize for what happened just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Han Shui was a little stunned as she looked at Han Yu, who had suddenly become gentle. This was the first time she had seen her sister treat a man so gently. Han Shui couldn't help but look at the young man in front of her who was at a loss for what to do. Zhuowen also didn't expect that Han Yu would have such a gentle side to her. Thinking back to her ice-cold face at the beginning, Zhuowen had a misconception. However, Zhuowen wasn't a pig after all. Therefore, when he came to his senses, he shook his head and said with a smile, "It's all right. My cultivation level is indeed too low. Miss Han, you didn't allow me to participate in the battle for my own safety. How could I blame her? Both of you have also suffered some injuries. Han Shui, your injuries are especially serious. Take these 2 qi-boosting pills. It will help speed up your recovery," Zhuowen said calmly as he took out 2 qi-boosting pills from his chinquin bag and tossed them to the 2 women. Han Shui's pretty face revealed a joyful expression as she took the qi-boosting pills. She knew that the effects of the pills given by Zhuowen were comparable to that of elixirs. As for Han Yu, there was a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. However, after seeing the smile on Han Shui's face, she also knew that the plain-looking pills in her hands should be good stuff. After the 2 women swallowed the qi-boosting pills, they were delighted to find that their bodies heated up. Then, the 2 women realized that the yuan li in their bodies had unknowingly increased by quite a bit. As their yuan li increased, the injuries in their bodies also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they could thank Zhuowen, the 2 women quickly sat down cross-legged and began to refine the vigorous medicinal effects of the qi-boosting pills. Time gradually passed. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed. The injuries of the 3 women also gradually recovered under the effects of the qi-boosting pills. When Han Shui and Han Yu opened their eyes, their beautiful eyes revealed a joyful expression. This was because under the effects of the qi-boosting pills, more than half of the injuries in their bodies had healed in just 2 hours. One had to admit that the pills provided by Zhuowen were simply too miraculous. When the 2 women's gazes converged on the figure of the young man again, there was an additional layer of special meaning in their eyes. The young man in front of them was clearly only at the soul transformation stage, but he had the strength to contend with a level 1 yuan beast. Moreover, he even had a miraculous pill like the qi-boosting pills with him. In the eyes of the 2 women, the young man in front of them had undoubtedly become mysterious and powerful. Zhuowen, now that the scaled tiger beast has successfully advanced to become a level 1 yuan beast, I'm afraid that we are no match for it now. Why don't we go back first and wait for a period of time before we make a long-term plan? Han Shui looked helplessly at the entrance of the cave and said with a little disappointment, "No need. I'll go in and take a look first. The 2 of you wait here." The moment Zhuowen's words came out, the 2 women were instantly shocked. Among them, Han Shui was even more worried as she said, "Zhuowen, it's best that you don't go in. Although you have the strength to contend with the scaled tiger beast, just now, the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool has quite a bit of amplification for yuan beasts. The scaled tiger beast's strength will increase by quite a bit next to the mysterious ice pool. At that time, even you will have a hard time dealing with the scaled tiger beast whose strength has greatly increased." Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool to have such an effect. No wonder the scaled tiger beast had been guarding the cave all this time. It turned out that it had such an effect. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen still decided to go in and take a look. This was because he was very confident in the dragon energy of the 5-clawed golden dragon in his body. Moreover, other than the dragon energy of the 5-clawed golden dragon, Zhuowen also had the mysterious Xiao He dragon in his sea of consciousness. If Zhuowen was in danger, he did not believe that the Xiao He dragon would leave him in the lurch. "I made up my mind. The 2 of you stand guard outside the cave. I'll go in and take a look." After saying that, Zhuowen did not wait for the 2 girls to respond before he leaped into the depths of the cave and disappeared. Why is this guy so impulsive? Han Yu could not help but stomp her foot and say angrily when she saw Zhuowen acting so impulsively, "Han Yu, don't be fooled by Zhuowen's impulsive appearance. In fact, he would never do something that he is not confident in. Think about it. When has this guy ever been at a disadvantage? This time, he chose to enter the cave. This guy should have a trump card up his sleeve." Han Shui was not surprised by Zhuan's actions at all. After spending some time together, Han Shui had some understanding of Zhuan's character. She knew that this seemingly immature young man was actually very mature and shrewd. His seemingly impulsive actions were actually carefully thought out by this young man. Han Shui had never seen such a young man in her life. I hope it's really as you say. Han Yu sighed slightly as she looked worriedly into the depths of the cave. Chapter 50. Ice Fiend Cold Pearl. The deep cave was pitch black, as if it had no end. Zhuan was extremely cautious as he walked through the tunnel. His footsteps were also as light as possible. Kid, the scaled tiger beast is just 10 meters ahead. However, this beast has some intelligence. It actually knows how to use the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool's extreme cold to heal itself. At this moment, there was only Zhuan in the cave, so Xiao Hei came out from between Zhuan's eyebrows and sat on Zhuan's shoulder. Zhuo Wen's face revealed a joyous expression when he heard Xiao Hei's words. Moreover, he could also feel the faintly discernible chilliness in the air. Clearly, the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool was just ahead, as Xiao Hei had said. Immediately, he no longer walked slowly. Instead, he shot forward and arrived at the corner. What appeared in front of Zhuan was a large stone room. The originally pitch-black stone room was shrouded in a dark blue light. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the light source came from a small pool in the middle of the stone room. The small pool wasn't big, but the surface of the pool was flowing with a faint fluorescent light. It was this fluorescent light that lit up the stone room. Moreover, when Zhuan entered the stone room, a powerful cold qi rushed towards him. A trace of ice immediately appeared on Zhuan's skin. 10,000-year mysterious ice pool. Looking at the strange pool in front of him, Zhuan's eyes lit up. Moreover, what made Zhuan's eyes even more heated were the 3 crystal-clear pearls floating above the pool. Zhuan knew that the 3 pearls were the Ice Fiend Cold Pearls that Han Shui mentioned. Zhuan, the cold qi of the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool, is extremely powerful. Even some corporeal Yang Realm warriors may not be able to withstand the cold qi's invasion. Fortunately, your luck is not bad. This 10,000-year profound ice pool can actually condense a treasure like the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl. Most of the cold energy in the 10,000-year profound ice pool has been absorbed by the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl, so the cold energy has weakened a lot. Xiao Hei sat on Zhuan's shoulder and smacked her lips. She could not help but secretly praise Zhuan's luck. Oh, the scaled tiger beast, which was originally lying on the edge of the pool, also noticed the uninvited guest, Zhuan. It let out an angry roar, a trace of fear in its scarlet eyes. Towards Zhuan, the human warrior who had just injured it, the scaled tiger beast's memory took precedence. Brat, the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool has a certain amplification effect on metabeasts. The scaled tiger beasts are not easy to deal with now. Xiao Hei gloated. Zhuan shrugged and said, "Just now outside the cave, I did not use my full strength. If I had completely released the dragon energy of the 5-clawed golden dragon, the scaled tiger beast would not have been my match." At this point, Zhuan grinned and looked at the scaled tiger beast, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Oh, as if it had felt the mockery in Zhuan's eyes, the scaled tiger beast let out an angry roar and stomped its feet on the ground. At the same time, a thick blood-colored energy wrapped around the scaled tiger beast like blood. An aura that was even more powerful than before suddenly exploded from the scaled tiger beast's body. Whoosh! The scaled tiger beast charged towards Zhuan like a cannonball. Its sharp teeth flashed a cold light in the darkness. Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Yuan power in his body suddenly gathered in his hands. Bending his legs, Zhuan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and punched towards the scaled tiger beast. With a punch, an endless amount of dragon energy roared out from Zhuan's body. A deafening dragon roar also sounded. 7 golden 5-clawed golden dragons suddenly burst out from Zhuan's body. Primeval Chaos Dragon Roar Fist. 7 dragons roar. A deep roar came from Zhuan's throat. Then, the 7 golden 5-clawed golden dragons merged into Zhuan's fist. A huge light pillar suddenly exploded. Zhuan's entire body seemed to have transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and this punch seemed to have become the 5-clawed golden dragon's 5th claw. The originally ferocious scaled tiger beast also felt the dragon energy that had completely exploded from Zhuan's body. This dragon energy was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain that suddenly pressed down on it. Its instinctive fear caused the blood-colored energy on the surface of the scaled tiger beast's body to dim. Rumble. With an earth-shattering explosion, a ball of light suddenly exploded. Then, a mournful howl sounded out. Then, the huge scaled tiger beast flew backwards like a withered leaf. At this moment, the scaled tiger beast's condition was extremely miserable. The scales on its body were all rolled up. Fresh blood poured out like a faucet that had not been turned on properly. The scaled tiger beast was lying on the ground. It was barely breathing and seemed to be on the verge of death. Zhuan could not help but groan as he retreated a dozen steps. After drawing an extremely deep dent in the ground, he barely managed to stop himself. He hurriedly swallowed a chi-boosting pill and gradually calmed the turbulent injuries in his body. This scaled tiger beast's strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if I completely unleash my dragon energy, it would still be a little difficult to win. Zhuan coughed and said helplessly, "Kid, you should be content. If you completely unleash your dragon energy, you would at least be able to fight a peak level 1 meta beast and not lose." Although the scaled tiger beast has just advanced to level 1 meta beast and is only an early level 1 meta beast, with the amplification effect of the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool, it is comparable to a late level 1 meta beast. Xiaohei muttered with some dissatisfaction. Then, she rolled her eyes and looked at the 3 ice fiend frost pearls floating above the mysterious ice pool. She said, "All right, you should quickly take the ice fiend frost pearls. You should know that this kind of magical item has unimaginable benefits when you advance to the Void realm in the future." After Xiaohei said this, Zhuan immediately looked at the 3 ice fiend frost pearls above the pool. Then, without any hesitation, he put all 3 pearls into his Chinquan bag. After the 3 ice fiend frost pearls were taken away by Zhuan, the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool suddenly became dim. Even Zhuan could feel that the cold air in the air was gradually retreating. Most of the cold air in the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool is condensed in the ice fiend frost pearls. Once the ice fiend frost pearls are taken away, the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool will gradually wither and become a pool of useless stagnant water. Just as Zhuan was wondering about the changes in the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool, Xiaohei's words came into his ears. Nodding slightly, Zhuan also felt that it was a pity that such a pool would wither like this. However, this regret was quickly replaced by the joy of obtaining the ice fiend frost pearls. Why hasn't Zhuan come out after such a long time? Could it be that something has happened? Outside the cave, Han Yu kept pacing back and forth with a worried look on her face. Even Han Shui, who was very confident in Zhuan, felt uneasy in her heart. However, Han Shui's personality was more stable, and she did not pace back and forth anxiously like Han Yu. Just as the 2 women were worried about Zhuan's situation, numerous figures suddenly appeared in the dense forest around the cave. Not good. Leader, Vice Leader, we seem to have been surrounded. At this moment, the burly man named Chio suddenly came in front of the 2 women in a panic and said with a somewhat urgent voice, "What?" Han Shui was shocked. Her beautiful eyes looked around and found that there were indeed many figures in the forest. Her pretty face immediately turned cold, and she said with an ugly expression, "How is this possible? Our operation this time was very secretive. How could anyone know about our mercenary group's movements?" Han Yu obviously also found that there were some densely packed figures in the surroundings. Her pretty face suddenly became extremely pale. She also could not understand how their mercenary group's movements were exposed. "Achio, quickly go and gather our brothers. It seems that we need to retreat into the cave. Looking at the figures around us, it's obvious that the other party has a lot more people than us." Han Shui was indeed the leader of the mercenary group. Although they were surrounded at this time, she still appeared to be calm and collected. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the honest Achio's face. After responding softly, his right hand reached into his bosom and waved, and a green mist suddenly spread out. Han Shui and Han Yu were not on guard against Achio at all, so the two women were immediately sprayed by the green mist. Softening powder? Achio. Han Shui hurriedly covered her mouth and nose. She looked at Achio, who was smiling strangely in front of her in shock and anger. She knew that the discovery of their mercenary group's movements was probably due to Achio. Although Han Shui had already covered her mouth and nose when she first realized that something was wrong, she still inhaled a lot of the green mist in her body. The effect of the softening powder was also very strong. Soon, Han Shui felt that the yuan energy in her body became unsmooth, and she could not exert any strength in her body. Han Yu was even worse than Han Shui. Her cultivation level was originally lower than Han Shui's. Moreover, she had inhaled more of the green mist. At this time, she could not even stand properly and was lying on the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. When the green mist gradually dissipated, the figures around the cave gradually gathered. There were more than 20 people surrounding Han Shui and Han Yu. Han Shui finally saw the true faces of these people who were hiding in the dark. Achio, well done. When we return, I will reward you handsomely. A burly figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was a rugged middle-aged man. He was very tall, and his face was covered with a full beard. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were lustfully looking at Han Shui and Han Yu, who were lying on the ground not far away. Thank you, Master Lu Feng. When he saw the middle-aged man appear, the burly man named Achio immediately showed a flattering smile. He walked over to the middle-aged man's side. His servile appearance made people feel nauseous. I didn't expect it to be you, Lu Feng, leader of the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group. Han Shui looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with a very gloomy face. She said in a low voice, Lu Feng, our Flowing Flame Mercenary Group has no enmity with you. Why did you plot against us? Hee. Indeed, I have no enmity with you. However, our young master has taken a fancy to you two sisters. Therefore, I have no choice but to take action. Achio also said that you have discovered the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool. This is all the more reason for me to take action. Lu Feng said jokingly. Master Lu Feng, you have to be careful later. There is a young man named Zhuan. That guy is very strong. Even the scaled tiger can't do anything to him. Achio suddenly whispered in Lu Feng's ear. Lu Feng's expression changed. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, Where is he? He entered the cave alone to search for the scaled tiger. Oh, this guy is really stupid. Doesn't he know that the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool has a great effect on metabeasts? He actually entered the cave alone. It seems that this guy is dead for sure. He is no longer a threat. At this point, Lu Feng's gaze stopped on Han Shui and Han Yu. Especially when he saw Han Shui's hot body, a trace of lust appeared in the depths of his eyes. The two of you can't escape, even if you have wings. I think it's better for you to obediently surrender. As Lu Feng spoke, a pair of thick hands reached out to grab the two women. However, just as he was about to touch them, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew over. Lu Feng's pupils shrank. He discovered that a shadow had suddenly appeared in front of him and was gradually enlarging. With a loud shout, he suddenly threw a punch. A muffled groan was heard, following which, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Lu Feng was actually forced back a dozen steps. Instantly, two deep depressions were formed in the ground. Chapter 51. Beat Lu Feng. The scene suddenly became incomparably quiet. Regardless of whether it was Han Shui, Han Yu, or Lu Feng's men, all of their gazes were focused on Lu Feng, who was constantly retreating. However, when these people clearly saw that the beast that was flying towards Lu Feng was actually an extremely large scaled tiger, all of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Bang! Retreating a dozen steps, Lu Feng's yuan power swirled around his body. Powerful yuan power condensed in his fists. At the same time, his fists were like a pile driver as he punched the scaled tiger's body dozens of times. The force generated from the collisions created a hurricane. It wasn't until the last punch that the scaled tiger's body finally came to a stop. With a plop, the scaled tiger's huge body landed in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. His face was filled with shock. When he first came into contact with the scaled tiger beast's body, he knew that it was already a corpse. He knew that this scaled tiger beast's body had been thrown out by someone with brute force. Feeling the numbness in his hands, Lu Feng knew that the person who threw out the scaled tiger beast's corpse was extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's gaze immediately focused on the cave where the scaled tiger beast's corpse had been thrown out. His eyes narrowed solemnly. The strange state of the scaled tiger beast was also discovered by the crowd. When they discovered that the scaled tiger beast was actually a corpse that had died not long ago, everyone was shocked. They knew that the scaled tiger beast was a genuine level 1 meta beast. It was very difficult to kill a level 1 meta beast without the cultivation of the Yin Void Realm. Everyone followed Lu Feng's line of sight and focused their attention on the entrance of the cave. They knew that the owner of the scaled tiger beast was inside the cave. Dong dong dong. Soft footsteps were heard, and a skinny figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When the crowd realized that this figure was actually a 15-year-old youth, they couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, a frightening thought rose in their minds. Could it be that the person who killed the scaled tiger was this young man in front of them? The moment this young man appeared at the entrance of the cave, Han Shui and Han Yu, who were lying on the ground, looked hopeful. Their beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Zhuowen, you have to be careful. These people are from the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group. They are here to snatch the 10,000-year mysterious ice pool, Han Shui suddenly said loudly. The person who appeared at the entrance of the cave was none other than Zhuowen, who had reaped a great harvest from the cave. When Zhuowen was about to come out of the cave, he had a rough idea of what had happened. Therefore, when Lu Feng was about to pull Han Shui and Han Yu away, Zhuowen threw the corpse of the scaled tiger at him, without hesitation to stop him. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Zhuowen leaped and arrived in front of Han Shui and Han Yu. When he discovered that the two women were fine apart from the fact that they could not exert any strength, he felt a lot more relieved. Soul Change Realm. Following the appearance of Zhuowen, Lu Feng's gaze also focused on Zhuowen. When he discovered that Zhuowen's aura was only at the Soul Change Realm, his gaze became somewhat doubtful. He didn't believe that a Soul Change Realm martial artist could kill a level 1 meta beast like the scaled tiger beast. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng cracked a smile and said to Zhuowen, "You are Zhuowen, right? You have quite the brute force. However, with your mere Soul Change Realm strength, it's not enough. If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, you need to have that kind of strength. It's a pity that you don't have that kind of strength right now. If you don't care about this matter and hand over the ice fiend frost pearl you obtained from the cave, I swear in the name of the leader of the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group that I won't make things difficult for you." After Lu Feng said this, the 20-plus mercenaries behind him looked at Zhuowen with ridicule. Although the appearance of the scaled tiger beast's corpse was very shocking, it was just as Lu Feng said. On the surface, Zhuowen's strength was only at the Soul Change Realm. No matter how heaven-defying this person was, it was impossible for him to have the ability to kill a level 1 meta beast like the scaled tiger beast. With a preconceived notion, many people thought that the scaled tiger beast was already dead. It was just that Zhuowen was lucky and happened to find the corpse. Maple Leaf Mercenary Group? Famous? Sorry, I've never heard of it. However, I have a special characteristic. I like to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Zhuowen grinned as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lu Feng's face froze for a moment before his eyes darkened. He said coldly, "It seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for not warning you when you die later." After he finished speaking, Lu Feng's legs bounced, and his entire body instantly turned into a ghostly figure that swept straight towards Zhuowen. He threw out a punch, and a powerful origin energy instantly gathered in his fist. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Lu Feng's strength was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. It was Zhuan's first time encountering an opponent like this. Although he had personally killed a level 1 meta beast like the Scaled Tiger Beast, the Scaled Tiger Beast's strength was infinitely suppressed due to the dragon aura in Zhuan's body. At most, its strength was equivalent to an initial Nirvana realm warrior. Therefore, Zhuan did not hesitate at all. Zhuan violently threw out a punch as countless blood veins suddenly burst out from his arms. The muscles on his arms also swelled because of the blood veins. This was the first sky of rampage of the violent blood beast body. At the same time, Zhuan silently circulated the primeval dragon roar fist in his body. The strength in his arms instantly rose to the strength of 7 dragons. The powerful strength also tore the surrounding air apart and formed a powerful hurricane. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, powerful Yuan power suddenly exploded like a bomb. A huge light pillar appeared between the two of them, and the ground where the two of them were standing also cracked like a spider web. The powerful air wave set off a frenzied wind, causing the surrounding people to take a dozen steps back. When Lu Feng came into contact with Zhuan's fist, his face instantly became incomparably pale. This was because he felt that his fist was like an indestructible steel plate that couldn't be shaken at all. Then, he felt a powerful force enter his body from his opponent's fist. With a muffled groan, Lu Feng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, under everyone's gaze, he actually flew back like a stray dog. At this moment, the scene suddenly became incomparably silent. The members of the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group all stared blankly at Lu Feng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, when they turned around and saw that Zhuan was actually standing on the ground like a boulder, their faces immediately revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The leader's strength has already reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana scripture, and this kid's cultivation is only at the soul transformation realm. How could the leader lose in the end? When the 20 members of the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group saw Lu Feng's miserable defeat, they immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. Their gazes towards Zhuan also became somewhat fearful. Ignoring the panic of these members, Zhuan arrived in front of Lu Feng in a flash. His right hand lifted Lu Feng's collar, and his expression was calm as he said, "Lu Feng, to tell you the truth, I killed the Scale Tiger with my own hands. Now that you've lost to me, do you think I have the strength to be a hero and save the beauty?" When Zhuan's words came out, the members of the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group immediately went into an uproar. Even Han Shui and Han Yu's pupils couldn't help but shrink when they heard this. Although the two women had already guessed when they saw the Scaled Tiger's corpse, now that Zhuan took the initiative to say it out loud, their hearts were fiercely pulled as they were extremely shocked. The 20-plus members of the Maple Leaf Mercenary Group once again glanced at Lu Feng, who was heavily injured by Zhuan. They knew that what Zhuan said was probably true. So many of them had thoughts of retreating in their hearts. "Sir, we were all acting under orders. In fact, the idea to deal with you all was Lu Feng's idea. It has nothing to do with us. We hope that Sir can be magnanimous and let us off." It was unknown who said this sentence among the 20 Maple Leaf Mercenary Group members, but it immediately received a response from many others. Following which, these people looked at Zhuan with hopeful gazes. You all, when he saw that his subordinates had actually fled, Lu Feng's expression instantly became even more unsightly. The anger in his chest instantly turned into a fit of coughing, and his face instantly became even paler. Zhuan smiled slightly, then looked at Lu Feng with a meaningful gaze and said indifferently, "I can spare you all, but you must join the Flowing Flame Mercenary Group. Also, capture Achio, who betrayed the Flowing Flame Mercenary Group for me. If you don't agree, I believe that you will end up like that Scaled Tiger." At this point, the eerie coldness in Zhuan's eyes immediately caused these people to feel a chill run down their spines. Following which, they hurriedly nodded and bowed as they agreed. At the same time, they swiftly tied Achio up and brought him before Han Shui. "Han Shui, from now on, These people will be members of a mercenary group. As for that traitor, I'll leave him to you." Han Shui looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze, then suddenly said, "Zhuowen, Lu Feng's background is not small. Now that you've injured him, I'm afraid that you'll have a lot of trouble in the future." "Brat, Han Shui is right. You better let me go. Otherwise, the Lu family of Luchuan Town will definitely not let you go. Also, our Lu family's young master is already on his way. When he arrives, you will have to bear the consequences." At the mention of the so-called Lu family's young master, Lu Feng's face instantly revealed a smug expression, as if the Lu family's young master was his savior. Luchuan Town's Lu family? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. Zhuowen knew a little about the Lu family. Luchuan Town was not too far from Rotan Armor City. If Rotan Armor City was close to the Annihilation Forest, then Luchuan Town was basically an agglomeration of towns on the outskirts of the Annihilation Forest. Luchuan Town also had a nickname called the Town of Mercenaries. It was precisely because it was very close to the Annihilation Forest that many mercenaries who went in and out of the Annihilation Forest to hunt would temporarily settle down in Luchuan Town. Therefore, although Luchuan Town was located in a remote area, it was rare for it to be very prosperous. The Lu family was the most powerful force in Luchuan Town. Speaking of which, the Lu family's power was not much weaker than the three big families of Rotan Armor City. The only difference was that they had fewer top warriors than the three big families. Their overall strength was not weak. Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Chapter 52. Hostile visitors hearing this, Zhuowen's face suddenly became serious. He did not expect that there would be two warriors of the Yin Void Realm following them. Looking at Lu Feng in his hand, Zhuowen knew that they were probably the young master of the Lu family that Lu Feng had mentioned. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was thinking about a good plan, two figures suddenly flew out of the dense forest. They seemed to have noticed Zhuowen's group. They were stunned at first, and then stopped on the flat ground in front of the cave. There were two men, one old and one young. The young man was about 20 years old. He was dressed like a scholar, wearing a fluttering white robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. However, his face was sickly pale and his eyes were incongruously gloomy. Standing behind the white-robed man was an old man in sackcloth with turbid eyes. However, from the strong fluctuation of the old man's body, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Boy, the white-robed man's cultivation is about the same as Han Shui's. He has just reached the Yin Void Realm, so he's not a threat. However, the old man behind the white-robed man is a little difficult to deal with. He has reached the first level of the Yin Void Realm. With your strength, you are no match for him. Xiao Hei gloated in Zhou Bao's mind. Zhuowen's pupil shrank. He glanced at the old man, standing respectfully behind the white-robed man with fear. He did not expect the old man to be an expert of the first sky of the Yin Void Realm. The Yin Void Realm was divided into 9 levels. The power of the void armor condensed on the surface of each level of the Yin Void Realm would constantly increase. A warrior of the first level of the Yin Void Realm would condense a void armor in his body. He was much stronger than a warrior who had just reached the Yin Void Realm and had not condensed a void armor. Obviously, the white-robed man also saw Lu Feng in Zhuowen's hand. His eyes suddenly flashed with coldness, but he still smiled. He cupped his hands toward Zhuowen and said, "My friend, I am Lu Yuan, the eldest son of the Lu family in Luchuan Town. The man in your hand is my subordinate. I hope you can let him go for the sake of our Lu family." Although Lu Yuan's words were very polite, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Zhuowen didn't like such a tone. When Lu Feng, who was being carried by Zhuowen, saw Lu Yuan, an excited expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, "Young master, you can't let him go. He has the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl in his hands. Moreover, when we captured Han Shui and her sister, he was the one who stirred up trouble. Young master, you can't let him go so easily." When Lu Yuan heard this, his gaze became even colder. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he said, "It seems that you have come with ill intentions, but I'm in a good mood today, so I can give you a chance. Give me the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl and the two sisters and break one of your arms. Then I'll let you go. What do you think? The Lu family of Luchuan Town? Does your Lu clan have a lot of face? And who do you think you are? Why do you have to order me around? Zhuowen sneered. Kid, you've got guts. You're the first person who dares to talk back to me, but I think you'll be the last. Lu Yuan's expression suddenly became incomparably cold as he said coldly. Han Shui and Han Yu, who were standing a short distance away, involuntarily trembled when they saw Lu Yuan's expression gradually turn dark and cold. They had heard a little about Lu Yuan. Not only was he lecherous, but he also loved to torture women. Many women had lost their lives in his hands. Therefore, if they were to fall into Lu Yuan's hands, they would suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, a trace of hesitation flashed across Han Shui's pretty face. She knew that the effects of the bone's softening powder on her and her sister hadn't faded yet. They didn't have any fighting ability at all. To Zhuowen, they would only be a burden. Zhuowen had done enough for the two of them. She didn't want to be a burden to this young man in front of her. Therefore, Han Shui bit her red lips and said, Lu Yuan, if you let go of Zhuowen and Han Yu, I'll go with you willingly. My life or death is up to you. Han Shui's words attracted the attention of many people present. Lu Yuan's greedy eyes swept over Han Shui's perfect and hot body. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of lust in the depths of his eyes. If Miss Han Shui's words are true, I will naturally agree to Miss Han Shui's suggestion. However, I am determined to obtain the Ice Fiend Pearl. If this little brother is willing to hand over the Ice Fiend Pearl, I will agree to Miss Han Shui's suggestion. Speaking of this, Lu Yuan reluctantly moved his eyes away from Han Shui's delicate body. Then, he stared coldly at the indifferent Zhuowen not far away. Zhuowen, they have two experts of the Yin Void Realm. One of them is even at the first level of the Yin Void Realm. We're no match for them. You'd better hand over the Ice Demon Pearl to Lu Yuan and leave with my sister. Han Shui looked at Zhuowen with pleading eyes and said in a firm tone. Zhuowen gently stroked Han Shui's silky black hair as he stared at the stubborn woman in front of him. You silly woman, do you think that this fellow will let us go just because you've agreed to go with him? I'm afraid that after we hand over the Ice Demon Pearl, he will still attack us. Speaking of this, Zhuowen turned his eyes to Lu Yuan and said calmly, I can give you the Ice Demon Pearl, but I have a condition. A condition? Boy, you're at my mercy now. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Lu Yuan snorted and said, Oh, it seems that you won't agree. Then I'll have to detonate the Ice Demon Pearl. At worst, we'll die together. Zhuowen Dao wasn't surprised by Lu Yuan's words. He knew that Lu Yuan wasn't a soft-hearted person, so he took out an Ice Fiend Frost Pearl and played with it. He looked at Lu Yuan with a meaningful gaze. Lu Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He had naturally heard of the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl. The Ice Fiend Frost Pearl contained most of the Yin Qi in the mysterious ice pool. Once this Yin Qi exploded, even a corporeal Yang stage warrior would not be able to withstand it. If Zhuowen really detonated the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl, no one here would be able to survive. Are you threatening me? Lu Yuan looked at Zhuowen coldly and said, You can take it that way, or are you willing to die together with us? Zhuowen said with a mocking look in his eyes as he played with the Ice Demon Pearl in his hand. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face suddenly twitched. He had to be careful about Zhuowen's words. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Yuan said coldly, Say it. What are your conditions? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly as he said indifferently, Fight with me. If I win, you have to let us leave this place. If I lose, I will give you the Ice Fiend Frost Pearl, and you can do whatever you want with us. How about that? Hearing Zhuowen's words, everyone looked at the calm young man in front of them in disbelief. Lu Yuan was not a warrior at the peak of the Nirvana realm like Lu Feng. He was a real warrior of the Yin Void realm. Although he had just advanced to the Yin Void realm, he was still much stronger than a warrior of the Nirvana realm. Lu Yuan's expression became a little strange. Finally, he looked at the skinny young man in front of him with contempt and said, Boy, don't think that you are great just because you defeated Lu Feng. In my eyes, your strength is not enough. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Hee, I agree to your conditions. Zhuoan, are you crazy? Lu Yuan is a real warrior of the Void realm. How can you be so impulsive and challenge him? Behind him, Han Shui heard Zhuoan's conditions. Her heart suddenly trembled, and she could not help but shout. Han Yu, who had been silent, looked at Zhuoan's back worriedly. Her gaze was complicated, but she did not say anything. She did not know why, but she always had an inexplicable confidence in the not-so-strong figure in front of her. This confidence was established when Zhuoan risked his life to save her. If you die this time, I will accompany you. Staring at Zhuoan's back with her beautiful eyes, Han Yu thought to herself. Zhuoan ignored Han Shui, who was standing behind him like an ant on a hot pan. Instead, he pointed at Lu Yuan and said, "Since you've agreed, let's start the fight. After I'm done with you, I still have to go home to eat and sleep." Arrogant brat, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Lu Yuan snorted coldly and suddenly straightened his waist. Suddenly, an extremely powerful fluctuation came from his body. Then, the surging original energy suddenly condensed in his fists. Lu Yuan bent his legs, and his whole body rushed toward Zhuoan like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, the surrounding air boiled like boiling water. Seeing the power of Lu Yuan's attack, many people's pupils shrank. They secretly praised him in their hearts. No wonder he was a warrior of the Void realm. His power was indeed extraordinary. He was indeed much stronger than Lu Feng. When Han Shui and Han Yu saw that Lu Yuan actually possessed such a powerful aura, their pretty faces changed involuntarily. Their gazes simultaneously landed on the back of the young man who was standing not far away from them. Traces of worry gradually spread across their eyes. At this moment, Zhuoan's gaze could not help but become dignified. His right hand suddenly pointed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, 9 sword shadows whizzed and appeared around Zhuoan's body. At the same time, the giant armor soul in Zhuoan's sea of consciousness was constantly exerting its huge power. Under the effect of the giant armor soul, the 9 sword shadows buzzed and suddenly expanded many times. Waves of powerful aura were emitted from the 9 sword shadows. Giant, worship of the 9 directions. A low shout came from Zhuoan's throat. Then, the 9 huge sword shadows suddenly turned into a huge golden sword. With a rumbling sound, it slashed diagonally toward Lu Yuan with lightning and thunder. Chapter 53. Maple Leaf of Death Rumble. A ball of light that was as bright as the sun suddenly exploded between the two, following which, the powerful force produced a powerful shock wave that continuously spread in all directions. The powerful sound waves produced by the violent collision continued to spread in all directions, causing some of the surrounding people to involuntarily cover their ears. Under this powerful shock wave, other than the old man that Lu Yuan brought along, who stood motionless on the spot, the rest of the people involuntarily retreated a dozen steps. After they stopped, they looked at the place where the two of them were fighting not far away. Their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect the collision between the two of them to be so exaggerated. After the dazzling light gradually faded, everyone saw that the huge golden sword was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Yuan. Immediately, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Zhuoan to gain the upper hand with this move. Looks like you have some skills. However, don't be so naive as to think that this is all I have. Although the huge sword was pressing down on Lu Yuan's fists were like steel as he blocked the huge sword with his bare hands. Following which, he laughed sinisterly. The Yuan power in his body was like a burst water pipe as it violently poured out along his meridians. Stone-splitting palm. Break for me. Dense Yuan power wrapped around his palm. Following which, Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with malevolence as he fiercely slashed at the huge sword over a dozen times. The air trembled and strong wind swirled. Kacha! A clear sound suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, a crack began to appear on the surface of the huge sword under Lu Yuan's stone-splitting palm. Following which, the cracks continued to spread like a spider web, wrapping the entire huge sword within it. following which, under everyone's gaze, the huge sword suddenly crumbled inch by inch and turned into fine powder. Looking at the gradually dissipating huge sword, Lu Yuan's face revealed a trace of pride. Just as he was about to turn his head to look for Zhuowen's figure, a figure shot towards him like a cannonball. At the same time, a strong wind whistled behind him. A trace of an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Lu Yuan suddenly turned around and saw Zhuowen with a strange smile on his face, throwing a punch towards him. Lu Yuan was caught off guard and hurriedly raised his hands to protect his vitals. Lu Yuan, you're underestimating me too much. You're full of flaws. A cold voice rang out from Zhuowen's mouth. Immediately after, the blood veins on Zhuowen's arms burst open. His muscles swelled up layer by layer. At the same time, the strength of 7 dragons in his body fiercely condensed in his arms. He punched out. The powerful strength even tore the air apart, producing a hissing sound. The golden dragon chi mixed with the strange bloodlines in Zhuowen's fist at the same time, and an extremely powerful force came from his fist. Feeling the power of Zhuowen's punch, Lu Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the indifferent young man in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how this young man, who was only at the soul transformation realm, could exert such a powerful force that even he, a warrior of the Yin Void realm, had to be afraid of. However, at this critical moment, Lu Yuan did not have much time to think. At this moment, he could only gather all the Yuan power in his body into his arms. His arms protected the vital parts of his body, hoping to block Zhuowen's full-force punch. Bang! Zhuowen's fist instantly hit Lu Yuan's arms at the speed of light. Immediately after, a circular wave was produced between the two, like a ripple spreading out in all directions. The huge force produced by the fusion of the dragon chi and the blood veins suddenly poured into Lu Yuan's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Yuan, who was in midair, actually flew downwards like a withered leaf, after which he heavily smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge hole was smashed into the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air as well. At this moment, the scene was terrifyingly silent. Everyone looked at the huge hole not far away in disbelief. They knew that this hole was caused by Lu Yuan's fall. They could not imagine that Lu Yuan, a warrior of the Yin Void realm, would be beaten to such a state by Zhuowen, who was only at the soul transformation realm. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the scene in the hole was presented to everyone's eyes. At this moment, Lu Yuan's hair was disheveled and his clean and tidy white clothes were tattered. At this moment, Lu Yuan no longer had the image of an elegant young master. Instead, he looked like a beggar who had not bathed for a long time. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air in unison when they saw Lu Yuan's miserable appearance. Soon after, everyone's gazes turned and gathered their attention on the young figure that was slowly descending from the sky. At this moment, everyone's gazes had become different. They knew that although the cultivation of this ordinary young man in front of them was only at the soul transformation realm, the strength contained in his body could be said to be extremely terrifying. How is this possible? How can Zhuowen be so strong? His cultivation is clearly only at the soul transformation realm. Lu Feng, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he involuntarily cried out. When the originally calm old man in linen saw that Lu Yuan was actually punched into the ground by Zhuowen, a trace of fluctuation appeared in his eyes. His gaze shifted slightly, and a trace of faintly discernible killing intent spread out from the depths of his eyes. Bastard brat, I'm going to kill you. You'll pay the price for your actions. A roar like that of a wild beast came from the hole. Then Lu Yuan, whose body was filled with a baleful aura, suddenly leapt out of the hole. His feet stomped on the ground, and an extremely powerful origin energy immediately caused the solid ground to crack open. Soul skill, Maple Leaf of Death. A low shout slowly came from Lu Yuan's throat. Then his right hand suddenly pointed at the center of his brows. Then a bright red maple leaf appeared in the center of his palm. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from this maple leaf. Looking at the maple leaf in Lu Yuan's hand, a trace of seriousness appeared in Zhuowen's eyes for the first time. He could feel that this maple leaf contained a powerful strength. This strength was something that Zhuowen had never seen before. Brat, you're able to force me to use my ultimate soul skill. Even if you die, you should be proud of yourself. As he spoke, Lu Yuan suddenly threw the maple leaf in his hand into the air. Invisible ripples spread out like ripples in a radius of 10 steps around Lu Yuan. Then, Zhuowen discovered in shock that the maple leaf in the air was rapidly splitting into countless maple leaves. A bright red color immediately dyed the entire space red. The densely packed maple leaves wrapped around Lu Yuan's entire body. Under the cover of countless maple leaves, Lu Yuan's entire body became a red giant that was more than 10 feet tall. Boom! The blood-red giant suddenly took a step forward, and a powerful force caused the entire ground to collapse. The violent tremors were so intense that even Han Shui and the others, who were more than 100 steps away from the two of them, could clearly feel it. Elder sister, I didn't expect Lu Yuan's armor soul to be so terrifying. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is in danger. Han Yu looked at the blood-red giant that Lu Yuan had transformed into, and her pretty face turned deathly pale. Her jade-like hands couldn't help but pinch Han Shui's hands. Because she used too much strength, Han Shui's hands even left red marks on them. Han Shui didn't care about the pain in her arms. Instead, she was a little disappointed as she hugged Han Yu and said, "Speaking of which, we've dragged Zhuowen down this time. Even though we know that Zhuowen is in danger, we can't do anything about it. If Zhuowen dies this time, I won't be able to live in this world." Lu Feng, who wasn't far from Han Shui and Han Yu, revealed a look of delight. He knew that once Lu Yuan used this soul skill that could be considered as a trump card, victory was basically assured. Zhuowen, you've also had a day like this. Let's see if you'll die this time. Lu Feng was very clear about the strength of Lu Yuan's soul skill, the maple leaf of death. Back then, Lu Yuan had used this soul skill to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the Nirvana realm. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Zhuowen was, it was impossible for him to survive under the maple leaf of death. The blood-red giant stomped on the ground, and its huge body flew toward Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed like a vigorous monkey. Its huge blood-red fist, which was wrapped in countless blood-red maple leaves, flew toward Zhuowen. The powerful force even formed a violent gale around it. Looks like it's going to be very troublesome this time. However, if you think that what I've just displayed is my full strength, you're very wrong. Zhuowen said in a low voice. After that, he took a deep breath and the muscles in his arms suddenly tightened. Countless blood veins spread throughout Zhuowen's body. The exploding muscles even tore apart Zhuowen's clothes, revealing the strong muscles on Zhuowen's body that didn't match his age. First heavenly layer of rampage. Zhuowen displayed the first heavenly layer of rampage to the extreme. Countless blood veins spread all over Zhuowen's body like roots. After that, Zhuowen took another deep breath. The five-clawed golden dragon in his dantian suddenly spewed out a dense golden dragon aura, which flowed endlessly through the meridians in Zhuowen's body. Traces of dragon roars whistled out from Zhuowen's body. After that, Zhuowen roared and bounced his legs. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced bravely. Compared to the blood-red giant, his petite body was much smaller. He actually wanted to confront the seemingly powerful blood-red giant head-on. Is this kid crazy? Not only did he not retreat, he chose to meet force with force. It seems like he doesn't know how terrifying young master Lu Yuan's soul skill is. Lu Feng, who was not far away, sneered when he saw Zhuowen's seemingly reckless behavior. The hemp-clothed elder beside Lu Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but he felt a trace of danger from Zhuowen's skinny body. Bang! Zhuowen's fist covered in blood veins violently collided with the blood-red fist of the blood-red giant. With a loud boom, the ground where the two were standing suddenly cracked. A huge crater was formed under the powerful force of the collision. Pooh! Zhuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, under the gaze of the crowd, Zhuan withstood the mountain-like fist of the blood-red giant and continuously retreated. Zhuan, who was continuously retreating, had blood-red eyes. Then he raised his head to the sky and roared. Countless dragon roars erupted from his body. Primeval chaos dragon roar fist. 7 dragons roar. Roar. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, dazzling 5-clawed golden dragons drilled out of Zhuan's body. When the 7th 5-clawed golden dragon drilled out of Zhuan's body, Zhuan stopped in his tracks. Then Zhuan raised his head to look at the blood-red giant in front of him. The maple leaf of death is only SOSO. The enormous yuan power emitted from their fight even destroyed the surrounding tall trees into dust. Even the solid ground had many scar-like cracks appearing. Boom! The two of them separated once again, and everyone's gazes gathered on the two of them. When they saw the injuries on their bodies, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They saw that there were many palm-sized holes on the body of the blood-colored giant that was more than 10 feet tall. Fresh blood poured out like a faucet that was not turned on properly, dyeing the ground red. The one who was in an even more miserable state was Zhuo. There was a huge wound on Zhuowen's chest that extended from his left shoulder blade all the way to his lower right abdomen. Blood gushed out like a broken dam. However, what was strange was that green energy was flowing from between Zhuowen's eyebrows to the wound. This green energy was the effect of the Jade Cauldron Armor Soul's soul skill, Immortal Essence. Under the effect of the Immortal Essence, the huge wound on Zhuowen's chest stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound was also slowly forming a scab. What a terrifying physical strength and self-recovery ability. This person must have another kind of armor soul in his body that can heal injuries. In addition to the Shadow Sword Armor Soul, just now, he actually has twin armor souls. Who is this person? The hemp-clothed elder stared at Zhuan. When he saw that the wound on Zhuowen's chest was gradually healing, his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Old mister, you said that Zhuowen actually has 2 types of armor souls in his body. Lu Feng stood not far from the hemp-clothed elder. When he heard the elder say that Zhuowen actually had twin armor souls in his body, he could not help but feel his mouth go dry. His throat unconsciously rolled. One had to know that if a martial artist with twin armor souls did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a top expert in the future. The hemp-clothed elder glanced at Lu Feng indifferently and nodded without saying anything. Instead, he solemnly looked at the devastated battlefield not far away. After hearing the hemp-clothed elder's affirmation, a helpless smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. At the same time, he thought of Zhuowen's heaven-defying fighting strength. He knew that the young figure not far away from him was not simple. Perhaps he had really provoked someone he should not have provoked. You don't have to worry. Although this child's background is very likely not small, if we kill him on the spot, then everything will be unknown. The power behind this child will not be able to find out that it was our Lu family who did it. You should know that young Master Lu Yuan has not used that trump card yet. The hemp-clothed elder seemed to have seen through Lu Feng's worries and said with a faint smile, "Trump card. Does young Master Lu Yuan really know how to use that move?" When Lu Feng heard this, he was immediately shocked. He immediately looked at the blood-red figure not far away with fear on his face. "Zhuowen, I really did not think that you would be able to force me to this extent. It looks like I have no choice but to use that move. Although I'm very unwilling to use it in front of others, I have no choice now." An ugly smile appeared on the blood-red giant's face. Then it stomped on the ground. The countless maple leaves in its body suddenly emitted a monstrous blood-red light. An incomparable aura suddenly poured out of the giant's body. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the blood-red giant's aura was rising at an extremely exaggerated rate. Then, the countless maple leaves on the blood-red giant's body suddenly fell off. Only when the last maple leaf fell off did Lu Yuan's body appear. At this moment, Lu Yuan's face was very pale. Drops of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. It was clear that he was in great pain. Although Lu Yuan's face was filled with pain, he still revealed a sinister smile. He glanced at Zhuowen before grasping with both hands. Next, countless maple leaves abruptly fused together. Rustling sounds rang out as the countless maple leaves formed a massive, red-colored mountain that was tens of zhang tall. Maple Crush. Zhuowen, I once used this move to kill a peak Nirvana Realm cultivator with my early Nirvana Realm cultivation. You should die without regrets to die under this move. At this moment, Lu Yuan's face was extremely pale. Large droplets of sweat flowed down his face like water from a faucet that had not been turned on properly. His hands even began to tremble. It was clear that the side effects of this move were not small. However, Lu Yuan still revealed a complacent smile. He gently waved his right hand at Zhuowen, and the huge blood-red mountain shot towards Zhuowen like a meteor. Wherever it passed, the air was torn to shreds, forming a powerful hurricane. The destructive power of the blood-red mountain immediately caused everyone's eyelids to twitch. Then, a trace of shock appeared on everyone's faces. The power of the blood-red mountain had exceeded everyone's expectations. The outcome has already been decided. Since young Master Lu Yuan has used this move in the end, Zhuowen will not have the slightest chance of turning the tables. In fact, under this move, he will not even be able to keep his life. The hemp-clothed elder glanced indifferently at the blood-red mountain that was shooting toward Zhuowen. His deep eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Not far away, Han Shui and Han Yu also felt the huge fluctuation from the blood-red mountain. The two women's pretty faces could not help but turn incomparably pale. They bit their red lips and stared intently at the young man, standing not far away with his head held high. Their faces were filled with determination. They knew that once Zhuowen died, they would not continue living in this world. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuowen took a deep breath. Then his fist trembled slightly. The five-clawed golden dragon in his dantian climbed onto Zhuowen's fists. He knew that this was the final clash of life and death. If he could withstand this attack, he would win. If he could not, only defeat awaited him. Primeval Chaos Dragon Roar Fist. 8 dragons roar. A low roar came from Zhuowen's throat. He raised his eyes and saw Zhuowen throwing out his fists without any fear. A violent dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, an 8th five-clawed golden dragon that was not any weaker than the blood-red mountain suddenly rushed out from Zhuowen's body. Then, the enormous five-clawed golden dragon stared coldly at the blood-red mountain that was flying towards it. It roared towards the sky, and a huge 5th claw extended from its lower abdomen. Then, it grabbed at the blood-red mountain without any fear. With a loud explosion, the golden and blood-red light suddenly burst apart. The extremely dazzling light caused everyone to cover their eyes subconsciously. Then, an earthquake-like tremor followed closely. A spiderweb-like crack appeared on the ground within a radius of 10 miles. When the light gradually faded, a clear cracking sound was heard. Then, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards the battlefield. However, what they saw made everyone stunned. They saw that the surface of the blood-red mountain in the sky above the battlefield had cracks. These cracks continued to spread as time passed. Finally, under everyone's gaze, it turned into withered maple leaves that fell to the ground. Hiss! Gasps rang out one after another. No one had expected Zhuowen to be able to break through Lu Yuan's powerful blood-colored mountain peak. Lu Yuan, who was not far away, saw this scene. The smile on his face instantly froze. Then, an expression of disbelief slowly spread from the depths of his eyes. However, before Lu Yuan could recover, a figure suddenly flew over. Then, the figure suddenly punched Lu Yuan's lower abdomen. Then, the hand grabbed Lu Yuan's collar and lifted him up. Lu Yuan, it seems that I have won this battle. Chapter 55. Broken Contract and Dangerous Situation. Lost? I didn't think that young Master Lu Yuan would actually lose. Lu Feng sat down on the ground and muttered to himself in a daze. The hemp-clothed elder, standing beside Lu Feng, twitched his face. Just a moment ago, he had confidently predicted that Lu Yuan would win, but Zhuan's abnormal performance had given him a fierce slap in the face. His eyes slowly narrowed into a dangerous arc. A trace of coldness faintly leaked out from the depths of the hemp-clothed elder's eyes. Han Shui and Han Yu stared blankly at the figure that wasn't very sturdy but was very tall on the battlefield. Only when the two girls rubbed their eyes and saw that the figure was indeed carrying Lu Yuan did the two girls cry tears of joy. They knew that Zhuan had really won. He's an amazing guy who can turn the impossible into the possible. Every time he's in a desperate situation, this guy can always surprise others. Han Shui's eyes sparkled as she looked at the figure. She couldn't help but spit out these words from her mouth. On the battlefield, because of his neck being choked, Lu Yuan's entire face was incomparably red. At this moment, Lu Yuan's eyes were red as he glared at Zhuan. He struggled and screamed, "How is this possible? How can a mere soul transformation realm warrior like you defeat me? I can't accept this." Zhuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lu Yuan, whose mind was currently filled with anger. After fiercely slapping Lu Yuan a few times, he said indifferently, "I'm very sorry, but the reality is that you have already been defeated by me. Now, you should fulfill your promise and let us leave. If you continue to pester me, I don't mind staining my hand with blood." Hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart immediately turned cold, especially when he saw the dense killing intent in the eyes of this harmless youth in front of him. He believed that if he didn't fulfill his promise, this youth in front of him would very likely kill him without mercy. Oof. This young master's words carry enormous weight. Naturally, I will fulfill my promise. Uncle Chang, there's no need to stop the sisters. Let them leave on their own. Lu Yuan coldly snorted. Immediately after, he looked at the hemp-clothed elder behind Zhuan and coldly said. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, Zhuan also squinted at the back. He knew that the strongest person here was the old man in sackcloth brought by Lu Yuan. The old man's strength had reached the first level of the Yin Void Realm, which was far stronger than Lu Yuan, who had just entered the Yin Void Realm. The elder in linen robes glanced coldly at Zhuan before he nodded respectfully at Lu Yuan. He then calmly looked at Han Shui and Han Yu and said, "Since this is the young master's order, you may leave." Han Shui bit her red lips and looked at Zhuan hesitantly. "Zhuan, what will happen to you if we leave? What if they attack you?" Zhuan smiled faintly and said, "You guys go first. I have my own way to get away. To be frank, you won't be of any help even if you stay." Hearing Zhuan's words, Han Shui also understood that she and Han Yu would only be a burden if they stayed. Although the effect of the bone-softening powder in her body had faded a little, her strength was far from its peak. At most, she was equivalent to a warrior of the Nirvana realm. With such strength, she wouldn't be of much help. Han Shui reluctantly looked at the young man with a clear smile in front of her. She gritted her teeth and finally left with Han Yu. "Zhuan, I have already let the sisters go. Now, you should let the young master go." The old man in sackcloth grinned. His turbid eyes were filled with coldness. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Zhuowen's expression changed when he felt the powerful aura from the old man's body. However, he shook the willow garden in his hand and said, "Of course, I will release it. However, I will have to wait until I leave this place first." "Treacherous brat, you better let the young master go now. Otherwise, you will regret it later." The old man in sackcloth's eyes instantly turned into a thick killing intent as he coldly said. Zhuan grinned and turned to look at Lu Yuan in his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a strange smile on Lu Yuan's face. An ominous premonition immediately spread from the bottom of his heart. "Zhuan, be careful. The old man in sackcloth has already made his move. He is now behind you. Dodge quickly." Xiao Hei's anxious voice immediately sounded in Zhuan's mind. Zhuan's eyes focused, and he immediately turned his head. He was stunned to find that the old man in sackcloth was still standing at the same spot with a cold smile on his face. However, due to his trust in Xiao He, Zhuowen twisted his waist, and his entire body strangely moved to the side. Then, Zhuowen saw a wrinkled hand appear at the spot where he was originally standing. At the same time, an incomparably powerful yuan power undulation was emitted from this somewhat withered hand. Zhuowen groaned and involuntarily retreated. A soft sound of surprise sounded from behind Zhuowen. Then, the withered hand turned into a claw and suddenly grabbed onto Zhuowen's right hand that was holding Lu Yuan. Zhuowen could feel a huge force coming from this hand. He frowned and involuntarily let go of his right hand. Seeing that Zhuowen had loosened his right hand, the withered hand did not follow up with another attack. Instead, it gently picked up Lu Yuan, who had collapsed to the ground due to her heavy injuries. Then, a figure slowly appeared in the air. Looking at the sudden appearance of the old man in sackcloth, Zhuowen's brows furrowed. His gaze turned to look at another direction. There was also the figure of an old man in sackcloth there. However, the expression on the old man's face was extremely stiff. Then, under Zhuowen's somewhat gloomy gaze, the old man slowly faded away. This is just as Zhuowen's head was filled with confusion. Xiao Hei's voice promptly transmitted into Zhuowen's mind. Kid, just as you saw, the old man you saw just now should be an illusion. The real old man has already concealed himself in the air and is preparing to launch a sneak attack on you. If this dragon lord did not warn you, perhaps you would already be a corpse by now. What kind of ability is this? It can actually create an illusion that is exactly the same as the real person, while the real person is concealed. This kind of ability is quite terrifying. Zhuowen's gaze suddenly became serious. Looking at the old man in sackcloth not far away, he was also filled with fear. This should be the sole skill of that old fellow's armor soul. However, such a powerful soul skill should have a certain limit. From my many years of experience, this old fellow needs a period of time before he can use this soul skill again. Therefore, you don't have to be afraid that this old fellow will use this soul skill again later. Xiao Hei's voice once again transmitted into Zhuowen's mind. However, there was a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Not far away, Lu Yuan had also recovered from some of his injuries with the help of the old man in sackcloth. Following which, he looked at Zhuowen with a sinister gaze. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Uncle Chong, you must capture this kid. You don't have to kill him. Just take the Ice Fiend Icy Pearl from him. After that, I will slowly return some of the pain to him." After he finished speaking, Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, I said that I will let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. I will also capture those two beautiful sisters. When the time comes, I will F*CK those two bitches in front of you. Uncle Chong, I will leave this fellow to you. Lu Feng, you piece of trash. Take your men and chase after those two beautiful sisters." Lu Yuan once again looked at Zhuowen with a sinister gaze. Following which, he ordered Lu Yuan to lead a group of people in the direction that Han Shui and Han Yu had left in. Zhuowen looked at the old man in sackcloth who had a look of disdain on his face and said coldly, "I didn't expect your Lu clan to be such despicable people who don't keep their promises. How disgusting. Kid, as long as I kill you, what happened here will not be leaked out. Also, you have achieved so much at such a young age. This has already made me feel a sense of crisis. Your talent is the first I have seen in my life. If I let you go just like this, I am afraid our entire Lu clan will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, it is better for you to die." The old man in sackcloth cracked the corners of his mouth, following which an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Following which, his legs suddenly bounced off and his entire body shot towards Zhuowen like a cannonball. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He knew that no matter what he said, he would not be able to change the old man's mind to kill him. Therefore, Zhuowen did not waste any time and dodged the old man's attack in a flash. Following which, the origin energy in Zhuowen's body suddenly erupted. At the same time, he used the first sky of Rampage and the Crimson Dragon Fist. Streams of blood erupted from the surface of Zhuowen's body. At the same time, his fists were filled with golden dragon energy. First Sky Rampage. Crimson Dragon Fist. 8 dragon roars. The streams of blood and dragon energy intertwined and converged on Zhuowen's fists, following which, Zhuowen let out a low roar and violently punched the old man's body. A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, following which, Zhuowen realized that his fist seemed to have hit an indestructible metal. Looking up, Zhuowen discovered that the old man's body had formed a crystal-clear ice armor. Is this the void armor? What shocked Zhuowen even more was that the ice armor on the old man's body did not show any signs of cracking after receiving Zhuowen's full-force punch. In fact, Zhuowen did not even see a single crack on the surface of the ice armor. The toughness of the void armor had clearly exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Zhuowen, don't be in a daze. That old man's attack is coming. Why aren't you dodging? Just as Zhuowen was in a daze because of the toughness of the void armor on the old man's body, Xiao Hei's anxious voice rang out in his mind. After Xiao Hei's reminder, Zhuowen regained his senses. However, the old man's huge fist was already inches away from him. For the first time, a trace of panic flashed across Zhuowen's eyes, following which he raised his arms to protect his vitals, hoping that he could block the old man's attack. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Xiao Hei's dragon, Chia's the dust gradually dissipated. An elderly figure slowly descended from the sky. The hemp-clothed elder's eyes were motionless as he stared at the young figure in the deep pit nearby. He said in an indifferent voice, "You are called Zhuowen, right? Even this old man feels a slight chill towards the frightening talent you have displayed. Unfortunately, you have offended young master Lu Yuan, so you must die today." Zhuowen slowly climbed out of the hole and coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. He stared at the old man in sackcloth, who was not far away. Now he truly felt the huge gap between himself and the Yin Void realm. "Old dog, if I don't die today, I will definitely go to your Lu family in the future and wipe your Lu family off the face of this world, I swear." Zhuowen's gaze was extremely cold. Both of his eyes were filled with extremely ferocious veins, causing one to feel a chill down one's spine. The hemp-clothed old man could not help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw the deep hatred in Zhuowen's eyes. Zhuowen was able to defeat Lu Yuan at the soul transformation stage. This was enough to show how powerful Zhuowen's talent was. If he was given enough time, his strength would definitely become extremely terrifying. If he let Zhuowen go today, the Lu family might really become very dangerous once Zhuowen matured. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the old man's eyes became even stronger. This kid must be killed today. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. The old man in linen robes took a step forward, and a boundless killing intent erupted from him. Then, he shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow. This time, he really wanted to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically when he sensed the ferocious wind and the surging murderous intent from the old man's body. He screamed in his heart, "Xiao Hei, if you don't do anything, I'm going to die here today. Brat, you finally remembered this Dragon Lord. Now, use the immemorial Dragon Roar Fist on your own. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Hei's lazy voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen did not doubt Xiao Hei's words. As the old man approached him, Zhuowen had no intention of dodging. Instead, he followed Xiao Hei's instructions and circulated the immemorial Dragon Roar Fist through his meridians. Then, Zhuowen suddenly felt his entire body go numb. He couldn't move at all. Xiao Hei, who was originally floating in his sea of consciousness, had a grave look in her dark, golden dragon eyes. Xiao Hei waved her little claws, and an ink-black energy suddenly condensed in her claws. She then clenched her little claws, and the ink-black energy in her claws suddenly exploded, turning into a huge ink-black dragon in front of her. As soon as the huge ink-black dragon was formed, it roared at the sky and suddenly drilled into Zhuowen's meridians. "Brat, this is this Dragon Lord's dragon aura. It's very precious. If you use this Dragon Lord's dragon aura to perform the immemorial Dragon Roar Fist, it should be enough to deal with this old fellow. Xiao Hei's slightly tired voice slowly rang out in his mind. Then, Zhuowen realized that he could suddenly move his body. Moreover, the ink-black dragon aura that Xiao Hei transmitted to Zhuowen suddenly filled his entire meridians. An indescribable heat was generated in his body, and Zhuowen had no choice but to vent it. Therefore, Zhuowen roared in a low voice and suddenly punched out with both fists. A strange ink-black energy erupted from his body, and a dragon roar that resounded through the clouds also whizzed out from his body. The hemp-clothed elder also recognized this move of Zhuowen's. He clearly knew that Lu Yuan was defeated by this move of Zhuowen's. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of the elder's mouth. He said disdainfully, "Although the power of your armor skill is not bad, your strength is too weak. You can't unleash the power of this armor skill. After I kill you, the Ice Demon Pearl and this armor skill on your body will belong to our Lu family." After he finished speaking, the hemp-clothed elder's Yuan power suddenly erupted, and his entire body's momentum became even more ferocious. In an instant, he was above Zhuowen, and a pair of fists that were filled with powerful Yuan power mercilessly punched toward Zhuowen. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's pupils had actually turned dark gold. Zhuowen's lips curled into a cold smile, and his fists fiercely punched towards the hemp-clothed elder. Immemorial Dragon Roar Fist. 8 dragons roar. A low roar came from his throat, and a wave of ink-like energy erupted from Zhuowen's body. Then 8 mountain-like ink-black dragons emerged from Zhuowen's fists. The 8 ink-black dragons that appeared at this time were much larger than the 5-clawed golden dragon that Zhuowen summoned at the beginning. Even the aura on their bodies was much stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon. The hemp-clothed elder could also feel that the 8 dragons that appeared from Zhuowen's fists were much stronger than before. However, he was very confident in his own strength. After all, his cultivation was several levels higher than Zhuowen's. Therefore, although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't think too much about it. Rumble. The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, and a powerful energy ripple gradually spread out from the place where the 2 collided. Wherever it passed, if the earth didn't shake, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. The energy ripple produced from the collision between the 2 was actually so terrifying. In the sky, the smile on the elder's face froze. Then, a shocked expression slowly climbed up the elder's wrinkled face. This was because he felt that his fist seemed to have hit an indestructible mountain. Then, a powerful energy that even he couldn't resist was transmitted from Zhuowen's fist into his body. Immediately, the elder involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? How can you suddenly possess such a powerful strength? This isn't a strength that a soul transformation realm practitioner should possess. At this time, the hemp-clothed elder's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at the indifferent Zhuowen in front of him in disbelief. At this time, Zhuowen's eyes were no longer dark brown. Instead, they had turned into a strange dark gold. It was as if Zhuowen had turned into another person. "Old man, I said that you will pay the price for your actions. And I, Zhuowen, will also be irreconcilable with your Lu family. Now, you can go in peace." A dark gold light flashed through Zhuowen's eyes. Then, the 8 ink-black dragons behind him suddenly roared. Then, they all gathered into Zhuowen's fists. With the 8 dragons gathering, the surface of Zhuowen's fists were immediately surrounded by an ink-black radiance. A powerful energy ripple was also emitted from Zhuowen's fist. "Go to hell, old man." Zhuowen laughed maliciously. His fist immediately smashed towards the hemp-clothed elder's chest without any restraint. A circular air ripple slowly spread out behind the elder. Then, the elder spat out another mouthful of blood. After looking at Zhuowen in disbelief, he slowly fell to the ground. The aura in his body also gradually disappeared. The old man, who had landed on the ground, widened his eyes furiously. He stared at the young figure a short distance away, without blinking. Traces of regret rose in the depths of his eyes. He finally understood just how terrifying the young man in front of him was. What kind of person did we offend? This old man is a sinner of the Liu family. I actually offended such a terrifying person for the family. This old man is unwilling. An unwilling roar came from the elder's throat. Then the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in anger, and he didn't move. He actually died with his eyes open. Looking at the hemp-clothed elder who was gradually losing his breath, the dark gold color in Zhuan's eyes also quietly faded. Then, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Xiaohei, what happened just now? Why did the immemorial dragon roar fist become so powerful? Ignoring the injuries on his body, Zhuan's tone was somewhat anxious as he asked, Kid, there's no need to make such a fuss. You also know that the immemorial dragon roar fist is a very special armor technique. This armor technique can only unleash its true power with the dragon aura. Of course, if the quality of the dragon aura is higher, the power it can unleash will naturally be stronger. With a swoosh, Xiaohei came out from between Zhuan's eyebrows and sat lazily on Zhuan's shoulder. Could the ink-black energy in my body just now be your dragon aura? Zhuan was startled and asked with a surprised expression, Kid, you're not stupid. That energy is indeed my dragon aura. However, I don't have much dragon aura on my body. Kid, don't even think about taking my dragon aura. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. However, your dragon aura is even stronger than a 5-clawed golden dragon. What kind of dragon clan are you? Zhuan looked straight at Xiaohei and asked with a puzzled tone. Xiaohei smacked her lips and said hesitantly, My identity is not ordinary. Your current strength is too weak. Knowing my identity will not do you any good. In the future, when you become stronger, you will naturally come to know. This was the first time that Zhuan had seen the usually lazy Xiaohei reveal such a guilty expression. Although he was even more puzzled, since Xiaohei didn't want to talk about it, Zhuan naturally wouldn't pursue the matter. Taking a deep breath, Zhuan looked into the depths of the forest and said, Xiaohei, can you sense the location of Han Shui and Han Yu? Seeing that Zhuan didn't pursue the matter, Xiaohei let out a sigh of relief. She then pointed to the south with her little paw and said, That direction is about 50 miles away from here. You have to speed up. Those two chicks seem to have been surrounded by the people from the Willow Garden. Chapter 57. The death of Lu Yuan in a rather wide, open space deep in the dense forest. A group of brawny men were surrounding two women in the center. The two women were both beautiful, especially one of the older women. Her figure was extremely hot, causing people to have an impulse to rise with just a glance. The two women were the sisters, Han Shui and Han Yu, who had just escaped from the cave. Although the two women were running away as fast as they could, the effects of the bone-softening powder in their bodies had not subsided. Therefore, their speed was not ideal, and they were quickly caught up by Lu Yuan and the others. Han Shui, let's see where you can run to. The effect of the bone-softening powder in your bodies has not subsided. You're no match for us. Why don't you follow me back to the Liu family? A man with a rather sinister expression walked out from the crowd. The gaze he used to size up the two women was filled with lust, causing people to feel extremely disgusted. This man was naturally Lu Yuan, who had been defeated by Zhuan. Where is Zhuan? What did you do to him? Han Shui looked at the group of people around her calmly, then looked directly at Lu Yuan and asked, You are at death's door and you're still thinking about that damn brat? To tell you the truth, that brat is dead. Those who offend the Liu family will not have a good ending. With Uncle Chang's cultivation at the first level of the Yin Void realm, he should be able to capture that brat soon. You may see him one last time later. Huh? Lu Yuan laughed, his voice full of coldness and killing intent. He had always held a grudge against the boy who had defeated him. This time, after Uncle Chang personally captured that brat, he would let that brat taste a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Han Shui and Han Yu's faces turned pale. They knew that Uncle Chang was the old man in sackcloth who had been following Lu Yuan around. They did not expect that the old man in sackcloth had reached the first level of the Yin Void realm. Although the fact that Zhuan was able to defeat Lu Yuan surprised the two girls, the hemp-robed old man's strength far surpassed Lu Yuan's. No matter how abnormal Zhuowen was, he was only a soul transformation realm martial artist. The gap between the two was as wide as a chasm. Lu Yuan, you're too despicable. You clearly lost to Zhuowen and should have let us go. Now, you're publicly breaking the agreement. Do you have any shame? Han Yu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly pointed her finger at Lu Yuan. Her eyes were red as she cried out in a lovely voice. Her pretty face was filled with obvious disgust. Lu Yuan's expression gradually became gloomy when she heard Han Yu's merciless words. She said in a dark and cold voice, "Looks like the two of you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since that is the case, there is no need for me to be courteous with the both of you. Lu Feng, you go and capture Han Yu. Leave Han Shui to me. After I've enjoyed these two women, you'll be the first to have a taste." When Lu Feng, who was beside Lu Yuan, heard this, a trace of ecstasy flashed across his face. A trace of lust vaguely surfaced in the depths of his eyes. He hurriedly replied, "Understood. Attack." With Lu Yuan's command, the person in the lead rushed towards the two women, while Lu Feng followed closely behind. Han Shui gently bit her red lips when she saw the two people dashing towards her. She turned her head to look at Han Yu and said, "Little Yu, I'll block the two of them. You quickly run." "Sister." Han Yu sorrowfully looked at Han Shui's back. She bit her red lips, turned around, and dashed in the opposite direction. Han Shui also did her best to circulate the Yuan power in her body. Her beautiful figure flashed and blocked Lu Feng and Lu Yuan, who were at the front. "Hee, you overestimate yourself." When Lu Yuan saw that Han Shui actually wanted to block him and Lu Feng by herself, a trace of a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. He then mercilessly threw a punch. Yuan power suddenly exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept towards Han Shui. Han Shui clearly felt the powerful shockwave from Lu Yuan's punch. A trace of determination flashed across her beautiful eyes. She then gently lifted her jade-like hand. The remaining Yuan power in her body immediately gathered in her jade-like hand. Soon after, a Yuan power wall that was over 10 feet tall was formed in front of her. Bang! When the fist collided with the wall of elemental energy, a dazzling radiance erupted from the point of contact between the fist and the wall of elemental energy. Then, a cracking sound rang out, and the wall of elemental energy that Han Shui had painstakingly condensed began to crumble inch by inch like a piece of paper. Han Shui spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards continuously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. "Han Shui, let's see where you can escape to now. Once I capture you, I'll definitely toy with you to death." Looking at Lu Yuan, who was getting closer and closer to her, Han Shui stealthily pulled out a dagger from her waist. She knew that she was no match for Lu Yuan now. Furthermore, if she were to fall into Lu Yuan's hands, she would definitely suffer more pain than death. Therefore, at this moment, her heart was filled with the desire to die. "Zhuowen, I'm really sorry that I've dragged you into this mess. If there's a next life, I hope that I'll be able to repay everything that I owe you." Just as Han Shui was about to commit suicide, a black shadow suddenly shot towards Lu Yuan at high speed like a sharp arrow. The powerful force even tore the air apart, creating a hissing sound. Lu Yuan, who was originally preparing to capture Han Shui in the air, suddenly had an ominous premonition, following which he glanced out of the corner of his eye and immediately discovered that a black shadow was rapidly flying towards him at a speed that seemed to tear through the air. What a fast speed! Lu Yuan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He immediately forcefully changed his direction in the air. The Yuan power in his body burst forth and gathered in his hands, following which he violently threw a punch at the black shadow that was rapidly flying towards him. Bang! The sound of a powerful collision was like the sound of a valley echoing continuously in this space, following which Lu Yuan only felt that his arm had become somewhat numb from the impact of the black shadow. With a roar, he violently threw another punch at the black shadow. Instantly, a muffled sound of flesh colliding rang out. After Lu Yuan violently threw more than 10 punches, the black shadow gradually stopped. Lu Yuan also continuously retreated more than 10 steps because of this. There were two extremely deep depressions in the ground in front of his feet. It was obvious how powerful the black shadow was. As the black shadow's body stopped, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. When everyone saw the black shadow's true appearance, a series of gasps rang out one after another. This was because this black shadow was none other than the hemp-clothed elder who had always been by Lu Yuan's side. Furthermore, after seeing the terrible injuries on the hemp-clothed elder's body, everyone knew that the hemp-clothed elder was most likely already dead. In other words, the hemp-clothed elder was already a corpse. Uncle Chong, looking at the pale hemp-clothed elder in front of him with his eyes tightly closed, Lu Yuan's eyes once again narrowed to the size of needles. His face was also covered with an expression of disbelief. When everyone confirmed that the hemp-clothed elder was really dead, the whole place suddenly went into an uproar. Then, a strong aura of fear spread out in the field. They all knew that this ordinary-looking hemp-clothed elder's cultivation had actually reached the first level of the Yin Void realm. With such strength, he could instantly kill everyone here. However, such a powerful warrior had actually turned into a corpse at this moment. This involuntarily sent chills down everyone's spine. What kind of existence could kill this elder? Dong dong dong. Light footsteps, slowly, sounded from a short distance away. Following the sound of these footsteps, everyone's eyes gathered towards the depths of the dense forest. They saw a somewhat dim figure slowly walking out from the depths of the dense forest. "Who are you? Did you kill Uncle Chong?" Lu Yuan absent-mindedly hugged the hemp-clothed elder. His eyes were slightly fearful as he looked at the figure slowly walking out from the depths of the dense forest. For some reason, he felt that this figure was very familiar to him. When this figure finally appeared in front of everyone, they could not help but gasp again. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The absent-minded Lu Yuan's eyes revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, but he was dumbfounded and could not say a word. "Young Master Lu Yuan, we have only parted for a short period of time. Can't you recognize me?" A faint voice came from this figure. Then, a handsome and clean face appeared in front of everyone. It was Zhuowen who had just arrived. When Zhuowen's figure completely appeared in front of everyone, everyone's eyes were shaken. Han Shui, who originally wanted to commit suicide, also emitted a ray of hope in her beautiful eyes. She looked at the somewhat skinny figure not far away, and a trace of strange light gradually rose in her eyes. You, impossible. You can't kill Uncle Chong. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Today, I will definitely kill you. Kill you." Lu Yuan's eyes immediately became incomparably red. After a beast-like roar came from his throat, he actually suddenly flew towards Zhuowen. However, his mouth continuously muttered something. Looking at Lu Yuan's current appearance, everyone knew that Lu Yuan could not accept the death of the hemp-clothed elder and had lost some of his rationality. "The truth is in front of you. It's useless even if you quibble. Since you don't believe me, I can help you send him to that old fellow's side, so that you can personally ask him." Zhuowen's eyes darkened. Lu Yuan wanted to kill him. This kind of future trouble, Zhuowen would definitely not let him live in this world. This time, he planned to get rid of him once and for all. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes became eerily cold. Then his legs suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body flew towards Lu Yuan like a cannonball. His body also used the immemorial dragon roar fist and violent blood beast body to the extreme. The strength of both of them gathered on a pair of fists. Then he suddenly blasted out and immediately smashed directly into Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his entire body was smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Smoke and dust immediately filled the air. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, everyone saw Lu Yuan's miserable appearance in the crater. Immediately, everyone's hearts turned cold. They did not expect that this young man in front of them would be so terrifying when he was angry. Gently falling into the crater, Zhuowen quietly looked at Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan was not dead. However, looking at the situation where he was constantly coughing up blood, it was obvious that he was not far from death. Lu Yuan, if you had kept the agreement between us, perhaps this would not have happened. However, you relied on the fact that you had an expert by your side to resolutely break the agreement. This is called the evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. Therefore, you should be smarter in your next life. Exalted Spirit. Chapter 58. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they stared at Lu Yuan. Although the young man in front of them looked harmless on the surface, he could be vicious and merciless when he decided to do something. After dealing with Lu Yuan, Zhuowen took the opportunity to put away the Qianquan pouch on his waist without the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. Not far away, Lu Feng, who originally wanted to capture Han Yu, also saw Lu Yuan being killed. He finally realized that he had offended someone he shouldn't have, so he wanted to take advantage of Zhuowen being distracted by Lu Yuan to sneak away. Lu Feng, where do you think you're going? Zhuowen's cold voice suddenly rang out. Lu Feng, who originally wanted to sneak away, suddenly froze. Then he suddenly increased his speed, intending to rush into the depths of the forest. How could Zhuowen give him the chance to escape? With a leap, he followed closely behind Lu Feng. Not long after, a shrill scream rang out from the depths of the forest. Then, a figure slowly appeared in the open space. It was Zhuowen, whose face was filled with a murderous aura. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was covered with traces of blood that had yet to dry. Now, he looked ferocious and terrifying. Moreover, his body faintly emitted a frightening, murderous aura, as if he was a demon god from ancient times. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, the group of brawny men that Lu Feng brought with him suddenly trembled with fear. They all put down the weapons in their hands and did not dare to resist. They knew how terrifying this young man in front of them was. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to these brawny men who were already scared out of their wits. These brawny men's cultivations were not high and did not pose the slightest threat to Zhuowen. Therefore, he did not plan to kill them all. After receiving Zhuowen's forgiveness, these brawny men left one by one in gratitude. Zhuowen, are you all right? Seeing how much blood is flowing out of your body, you must have suffered a lot of injuries. Han Shui took out a handkerchief from her bosom and gently wiped the blood off Zhuowen's face. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen enjoyed the faint fragrance on Han Shui's body. He closed his eyes and allowed Han Shui to wipe the wounds on his body. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly felt a soft and cool sensation on his cheeks. Then, Zhuowen felt his lips being covered by something soft and hot. Zhuowen was taken aback. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw Han Shui's beautiful eyes right in front of him. The soft and fiery thing that Zhuowen felt earlier was actually Han Shui's soft lips. However, this soft and comfortable sensation disappeared as soon as he touched her lips. Han Shui blushed and did not dare to look directly at the young man in front of her. Instead, she said shyly, Zhuowen, you have saved my life time and time again. I have no way to repay you, and I can only repay you in such a despicable way. Zhuowen looked at Han Shui's embarrassed expression and the lustful look in her beautiful eyes. Coupled with Han Shui's perfect body, an evil fire suddenly rose in his heart. He suddenly pulled Han Shui into his arms and overbearingly covered Han Shui's seductive cherry lips with his own. Han Shui did not expect Zhuowen to make such a sudden move. When she felt the heat on Zhuowen's lips and the possessive look in his eyes, Han Shui felt dizzy for the first time. Her perfect body could not help but tremble violently. Although Han Shui was being wantonly violated by this little man in front of her, she surprisingly did not resist at all. She knew that perhaps she had really fallen in love with this mysterious little man in front of her. If he wanted, she was willing to give herself to him. The two of them were like two hungry and thirsty people who kept demanding from each other. As a college student on Earth in his previous life, Zhuowen knew some of the ways to tease like the back of his hand. Therefore, when he saw that Han Shui's eyes had a hint of deep affection, he took the next step. Just as Zhuowen was about to take the next step, a soft cry suddenly sounded from not far away. When they heard this soft cry, The two of them immediately woke up from their intoxicated state. They then turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw Hanyu with a cold expression looking at the two of them with her mouth wide open. There was a trace of disappointment in the depths of her cold eyes. Seeing the two of them turn their heads at the same time, Hanyu's face could not help but turn red. She turned her head and said, "You guys continue, I'm going to walk around somewhere else." Seeing that it was Hanyu, Han Shue's face became even redder, like a ripe red apple. She struggled and hurriedly left Zhuowen's embrace. She stole a glance at Zhuowen and clasped her hands together like a little girl. Zhuowen was also a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "That, our matters here have been resolved. Why don't we go back?" When Zhuowen said this, Han Shui nodded lightly and said, "I'll call Hanyu over first." After an hour, Zhuowen and the others finished dealing with the corpses of Lu Yuan and the others. They then boarded the carriage again and planned to return to Rot-Tan Armor City. Han Shui and Hanyu looked at the lush forest and fell silent. This time, they had lost more than 10 brothers. This was a big blow to their Flowing Flame mercenary group. Sitting in the carriage, Zhuowen took out an Ice Fiend Ice Bead from his universe bag and handed it to Han Shui. "Take this Ice Fiend Ice Bead." Han Shui looked at Zhuowen in surprise and said in disbelief, "Zhuowen, this time we didn't help at all. We even dragged you down because of this. How can we accept this Ice Fiend Ice Bead? You guys were the ones who found the cave. If it wasn't for your information, how could I have a chance to obtain this Ice Fiend Ice Bead? Take it, you guys deserve it. Plus, I still have 2 Ice Fiend Ice Beads on me." Han Shui also saw the determination in Zhuowen's eyes. She knew that Zhuowen was serious. She gently nodded and said, "Thank you." Hanyu also looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. She also didn't think that Zhuowen would be willing to give them an Ice Fiend Ice Bead. One had to know that even if Zhuowen still had some Ice Fiend Ice Beads on him, the more the better. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still sell it for a good price in the auction house. However, Zhuowen didn't hesitate to give it to them. This made Hanyu look at Zhuowen with a strange gaze. Soon, the carriage arrived at Rot-Tan Armor City. Jumping off the carriage, Zhuowen looked at the people coming and going on the streets. He felt a trace of warmth and excitement. Although Zhuowen had only been gone for half a day, this half a day felt like half a year to Zhuowen. In this short period of time, Zhuowen had experienced many life and death situations. Where do you guys plan to go next? Zhuowen turned to look at Han Shui and Hanyu in the carriage and asked softly, "Our mercenary group is stationed in Luchuan Town. I'm afraid we'll have to return there." Han Shui smiled and said helplessly, "The Lu family has a lot of influence in Luchuan Town. If they find out that Lu Yuan's death is related to you guys will really be in danger. I think you should move to Rot-Tan Armor City. I can find a bigger place for your mercenary group to set up camp," Zhuowen said with a frown. "Don't worry, Luchuan Town isn't really dominated by the Lu family alone. Do you know why it's called the Town of Mercenaries? It's because the number of mercenaries in Luchuan Town is much greater than the Lu family. Moreover, the mercenaries gathered in Luchuan Town have set up a mercenary alliance. With the mercenary alliance, the Lu family won't dare to touch our Flowing Flame mercenary group so easily." Han Shui smiled and looked at Zhuowen with some reluctance. "Little brother Zhuowen, if you have time in the future, you can come find us in Luchuan Town. Although our mercenary group's strength can't compare to your Lu family's, our information gathering ability is quite good. Perhaps we can help you with that. MHM, I'll definitely come find you in the future. When the time comes, don't reject me." Zhuowen grinned as his eyes wandered over Han Shui's perfect and voluptuous figure. Zhuowen felt an itch in his heart when he recalled the charming and gentle scene between him and Han Shui. However, Zhuowen also knew that now was not the time to do that kind of thing. Therefore, Zhuowen forcefully suppressed the fire in his heart. Han Shui clearly heard the hidden meaning in Zhuowen's words. After rolling her eyes at Zhuowen, her face turned red again. She snorted, "When the time comes, as long as you come, I definitely won't reject you. I'm only afraid that you won't dare to come." After Han Shui uttered these bold words, she immediately waved her horsewhip and left with a sweet smile on her face. Hearing Han Shui's bold words, Zhuowen was startled. When the horse carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhuowen rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "What a vixen! The next time I find an opportunity to go to Luchuan town, I'll thoroughly punish her on the spot." In a luxurious loft in Luchuan town, not far from Rattan Armor City, a middle-aged man suddenly slammed the table in his right hand. Violent Yuan power immediately shattered the table. "Go and investigate. Find the murderer who killed Yuan Er. I want that murderer to pay with his blood." A few figures kneeling in front of the middle-aged man began to tremble. Then, they timidly peeked at the furious middle-aged man in front of them. "Master, please calm down. We'll go and find the murderer who killed young Master Lu Yuan." The few of them nodded and ran out in a hurry. Chapter 59. Chun Ting. Ever since he had parted ways with Han Shui and her sister, Zhuowen had been preparing to return to the Zhuo family. However, just as Zhuowen was passing by the market, a figure that seemed to be staggering suddenly caught his attention. Zhuowen took a closer look and immediately recognized that this person was his first opponent in the last family competition, Zhuorong. At this moment, Zhuorong's face was a little bruised and swollen, and his eyes were a little unfocused, as if he had been severely beaten up. Hurriedly pulling Zhuorong back, Zhuorong secretly channeled his essence force into Zhuorong's body. Zhuorong immediately became much more clear-headed. When he saw that the person in front of him was actually Zhuowen, his face instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "What happened? What happened to you?" Although Zhuowen and Zhuorong were not familiar with each other, they were both members of the Zhuo family after all. Moreover, it was obvious that Zhuorong had been beaten up. Naturally, Zhuowen could not sit idly by. Zhuorong's face revealed a trace of shame as he bitterly smiled and said, "We met the Wang clan's people at the trade fair in the city center. I don't know why, but they started to target us. They have a lot of people, so we suffered a bit. Now I'm here to call for reinforcements." "People from the Wang clan?" Zhuowen rubbed his nose. He knew that part of the reason why the Wang family was targeting the Zhuo family was because he had beaten up Wang Zheng last time. Sister Xiang, and Sister Meishue might not be able to hold on for much longer. The Wang family has the advantage in numbers. "We'd better hurry back and get reinforcements," Zhuorong said anxiously. Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishue would be there as well. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Take me there. Maybe I can help." Since he knew that the younger generation of the Wang family was targeting the Zhuo family, because of him, Zhuowen naturally couldn't sit idly by. "Just you alone?" "Zhuowen, don't be impulsive. You should know that other than the Wang family, even the Chun family is involved. They have far more people than us. Can you handle it alone?" Zhuorong asked doubtfully. "That should be fine. You'd better lead the way quickly. Didn't you say that Xiang and Mei Shui couldn't hold on much longer? If you don't take me there now, it will really be too late," Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Zhuorong looked at the dignified young man in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said, "Fine, come with me." After saying that, Zhuorong took the lead and dashed towards the city center. Zhuowen followed behind Zhuorong unhurriedly. Originally, a group of our family's disciples followed Xiang to the city center's trade fair to have fun and buy some handy weapons along the way. But we didn't expect to encounter the aggressive Wang family. Their leader, Wang Zheng, didn't even give us a chance to explain. He kept targeting our Zhuo family. And the leader of the Chun family was that bitch, Chun Ting. When she saw that the Wang family was targeting our Zhuo family, she added insult to injury. Xiang was so angry that she scolded that bitch. But who would have thought that Chun Ting would act on the spot and slap Xiang? So the Chun family and our Zhuo family started fighting. As for the Wang family, they just stood aside and watched us make fools of ourselves. That Chun Ting is the younger sister of the Chun family's #1 prodigy, Chun Tong. Her strength has reached the middle stage of the soul transformation realm. She was the one who beat me up. The two of them dashed towards the city center's trade fair. Along the way, Zhuorong recounted the details of the incident to Zhuorong. During the process, Zhuorong couldn't help but clench his fists, showing the anger in his heart. Zhuorong frowned slightly. He didn't expect that even the Chun family would be involved. And from Zhuo Rong's narration, that Chun Ting seemed to be very arrogant. No matter what, Zhuo Xiang was still a girl. She actually slapped her in the face. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to embarrass them. The city center's trade fair was the most luxurious place in the entire Rattan Armor City. There were many shops inside, selling all kinds of things. It was a dazzling lineup. Compared to the prosperity of the trade fair, the market was undoubtedly much simpler. And it was said that the trade fair was founded by the city lord of Rattan Armor City, Gu Yutian. It could be said that the trade fair had a very deep background. This was also why the three big families of Rattan Armor City didn't dare to touch the trade fair, even though it was so prosperous. After all, the ones who controlled the entire Rattan Armor City weren't the three big families, but the city lord. In the center of the trade fair was an extremely large square made of broken stones. There were many shops open in the square, but most of the people in the square didn't stop to shop at the goods in these shops. Instead, they all gathered at the empty space in the south of the square. On this empty space, there were three groups of people facing each other. And from the looks of it, the three groups of people weren't very old. It was obvious that they were the younger generation of some family who had a conflict here. This is going to be lively. The younger generation of Rattan Armor City's three big families actually gathered at the trade fair at the same time. And from the looks of it, they don't seem to have good intentions. Look, the younger generation of the Wang family and the Chun family seem to have joined forces. This time, the younger generation of the Zhuo family is at a disadvantage. From the discussions around them, one could tell that these three groups of people were actually the juniors of the three most powerful clans in Rattan Armor City. The three clans were huge existences in Rattan Armor City, so the sparring between the juniors was naturally very eye-catching. Chen Ting, don't be too unreasonable. Sister Xiang clearly saw this necklace first, yet you insist on stealing it. Do you have any shame? Zhuo Meishua looked at the red mark on Zhuo Xiang's face and spoke with a face full of anger. Who do you think you are? With your cultivation at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? Zhuo Xiang, I'm telling you, you better give this necklace to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At the head of the Chun family's group, a tall girl wearing luxurious clothes stood proudly. There was a bit of disdain on her white oval face and a trace of harshness on her thin lips. This girl was the Chun family's Chun Ting. Seeing the arrogance on Chun Ting's face for no reason, Zhuo Meishua's face was also filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that Chun Ting's strength far exceeded hers, she would have already pounced on this bitch and slapped her a few times. At this moment, Zhuo Xiang pulled Zhuo Meishua back. She looked at Chun Ting with a cold gaze and said, Sister Meishua, we're not a match for the Chun family at all. Moreover, there are people from the Wang family eyeing us covetously. It's best for us to take a step back. Zhuo Meishua looked at Zhuo Xiang with some hesitation. In the end, she nodded and said, All right, you're the strongest, so I'll let you decide. Zhuo Xiang expressionlessly threw the necklace to Chun Ting and coldly said, Chun Ting, this necklace is for you. Can you let us go now? Once Chun Ting caught the necklace, the arrogance on her face became even stronger. She coldly snorted and said, Wouldn't it have been fine if you had given me the necklace earlier? However, it's too late now. I've already changed my mind. If you want to leave, you'll have to kneel down and kowtow to us a few times before leaving. As soon as Chun Ting said this, the people from the Zhuo family immediately became restless. All of the Zhuo family members looked angrily at the arrogant Chun Ting. They didn't expect this woman to take a mile after taking an inch. They were originally part of the three major factions of Rattan Armor City. If the Zhuo family really did as Chun Ting said and kowtowed to them, then the Zhuo family's face would be completely destroyed. At that time, the prestige of the Zhuo family would also fall to the bottom. Chun Ting, it looks like you don't plan on letting us go. Although we're weaker than you now, we're not so easily bullied. Zhuo Xiang's face also darkened. This Chun Ting in front of her was really too hateful. It was obvious that she was targeting the Zhuo family. Then you're planning on fighting with us? We have 3 soul transformation realm practitioners here, while you only have 1 on your side. Moreover, you're only at the early stage of the soul transformation realm. Do you think you have an advantage in fighting with us? Chun Ting sneered and said with a face full of arrogance. However, when she saw the younger generation of the Zhua clan glaring at her, her face gradually darkened. She sneered and said, "It seems like you don't intend to do as I say. In that case, I'll have to let you suffer a little. Chun Hui, Chun Xiang, the 2 of you take them down." As soon as Chun Ting said this, 2 robust youths walked out from behind her. From the aura emitted from their bodies, the 2 of them were actually soul transformation realm practitioners. If you obediently follow Big Sister Chun Ting's words, you won't have to suffer. Now, let the 2 of us teach you a good lesson. The 2 of them laughed mischievously. Then, dense energy suddenly spread throughout their bodies. Filling the entire body with energy was the sign of a soul transformation realm practitioner. Then, the 2 of them bounced off their legs and instantly turned into 2 illusory shadows that shot towards the Zhua family's Zhuaxiang and Zhuameishue. Looking at the 2 people flying towards them, Zhuaxiang and Zhuameishue's faces were very serious. Just as the 2 of them were about to urge their energy to fight, 2 palm-sized rocks suddenly shot towards them from behind. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 rocks accurately shot into the 2 Chan family members who had turned into shadows. Then, 2 muffled groans were heard. Then, the 2 of them, Chun Hui and Chun Xiang, who were flying towards them, actually retreated a dozen or so steps in front of everyone's eyes. Who is it? Chun Ting's face was unsightly as she looked behind Zhuaxiang, and Zhuameishue. Her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed into a dangerous arc. Following Chun Ting's words, everyone's gazes converged behind Zhuaxiang, and Zhuameishue. At this moment, 2 youthful figures slowly appeared behind the 2 women. Zhuaxiang, and Zhuameishue were no exception as they turned their heads to look. When they saw Zhuan's slightly delicate and handsome face, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of relaxed smile. Chapter 60. 2 slaps Zhuan. Zhuameishue and Zhuaxiang couldn't help but cry out in surprise as they looked at the tall figure slowly walking towards them. Zhuan? You're the Zhuan that's been the talk of the town in Rotan Armor City recently? Chun Ting's gaze swept over Zhuan as she curled her lips and said. Following the appearance of Zhuan, the Wang family troops who had been standing nearby suddenly became restless. Their leader, Wang Zheng, stared at Zhuan with a somewhat malicious gaze as the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Are you all right? Zhuan didn't pay any attention to the arrogant Chun Ting. Instead, he frowned slightly as his gaze locked onto the obvious red mark on Zhuaxiang's right cheek. His gaze also became increasingly gloomy. I'm fine, it's just a light injury. Zhuaxiang covered her right cheek as she spoke with a somewhat complicated gaze. Zhuarong, why didn't you return to your family to ask for reinforcements? Instead, you followed Zhuan here? Zhuameishue turned her head and looked at Zhuarong somewhat reproachfully as she spoke. Although Zhuan's appearance was a pleasant surprise to Zhuameishue, and although she greatly admired Zhuan's strength, the Chun family had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, there were also the ill-intentioned Wang family troops on the side. She didn't believe that Zhuan could contend against so many people by himself. Zhuan said with a bitter smile. Zhuan said that he alone was enough. At that time, I was also anxious, so I didn't think too much about it and brought Zhuan here. Why don't you use your brain to think? Even if Zhuan's strength is very strong, it's still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. How can Zhuan deal with so many people by himself? Moreover, the Chun family has 4 soul transformation stage practitioners. Zhuameishue was a little flustered and immediately scolded Zhuarong to his face. However, Zhuarong was submissive and didn't dare to reply. Zhuan's selective disregard also infuriated the arrogant Chun Ting. This was the first time she felt like she was being treated like air. At the same time, the people beside her whispered something into her ear. I was wondering who it was to actually be so arrogant. So it's just a bastard from the Zhou family. A bastard like you still have the face to be arrogant in front of this lady? Zhuowen's body also paused after Chun Ting's words sounded, after which he turned around and placed his gaze on Chun Ting's face for the first time. The corners of his eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc as he took a step forward and rushed towards Chun Ting. Zhuoxiang, and Zhuo Meishue could also feel the evil aura erupting from Zhuowen's body. They hurriedly said in unison, "Zhuowen, don't be impulsive. The opponent has 4 soul transformation stage practitioners. You'll be at a disadvantage if you go up alone." Seeing Zhuowen actually rushing over, a trace of coldness appeared in Chun Ting's beautiful eyes. She immediately shouted, "Chun Hui, Chun Xiang, take down this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In a moment, this lady will make him kneel on the ground and lick my shoes." We also want to see if the Zhuo family's genius who recently rose to fame in Rattan Armor City lives up to his name. Chun Hui and Chun Xiang, who were called out, also cracked the corners of their mouths. Their footsteps crisscrossed, and with great tacit understanding, they immediately surrounded Zhuowen from both sides. The origin energy on their bodies surged out like waves. Bang! 2 muffled groans rang out. Everyone was stunned to see the originally aggressive Chun Hui and Chun Xiang actually fly backwards like dead dogs. Looking at the unconscious Chun Hui and Chun Xiang on the ground, the surrounding crowd was stunned. It seemed that the Zhuo family's genius, Zhuowen, who had recently become the talk of the town, wasn't a silver spear but a candle head. He was truly capable. "You dare hit our Chun family's people. You're simply courting death." When the other Chun family disciple, whose cultivation was at the soul transformation realm, saw that Chun Hui and Chun Xiang were both defeated by Zhuo, his face revealed a furious expression. He took a step forward, and his entire body was instantly surrounded by origin energy. "Hey, you're the ones courting death." Zhuo grinned. Immediately after, his entire body was also filled with rich origin energy. He unceremoniously sent this Chun family disciple flying with a slap. Naturally, this pitiful Chun family disciple's fate was no different from Chun Hui and Chun Xiang's. Hiss, looking at the merciless Zhuowen, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhuowen's ruthless methods caused many people to feel a chill in their hearts. Soul transformation stage, Zhuoxiang, and Zhuo Meishue both stared blankly at Zhuowen's back. They clearly remembered that Zhuowen was only at the early stage of the spirit detecting stage a few days ago. Now, he had actually reached the soul transformation stage. Although Zhuoxiang had also reached the soul transformation stage a few days ago, her cultivation was already at the peak of the spirit detecting stage, so it was normal for her to advance in a few days. However, Zhuowen had reached the soul transformation stage from the early stage of the spirit detecting stage in just a few days. This kind of talent was a bit too terrifying. "You dare touch me? If you touch me, our Qin clan will definitely make you suffer the consequences. You better think it through carefully." Looking at Chun Hui's group of 3 being dealt with in a few moves, Chun Ting's face couldn't help but turn pale. However, she was extremely arrogant. Although she was a bit shocked, she still raised her head and coldly looked at Zhuowen. She didn't believe that Zhuowen would dare to touch her. "Originally, I would disdain to touch trash like you, but you shouldn't have talked about my parents. Since you did, then you should be prepared to be beaten." Zhuowen grinned. Looking at the arrogant expression on that fair face, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Stop!" A cold voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's raised hand to pause. However, it was only a pause. "Pan!" Zhuowen's eyes darkened. His hand directly swung down and ruthlessly slapped Chun Ting's face under everyone's gazes. The loud slap immediately silenced the surroundings. After this somewhat oppressive silence, a somewhat hysterical voice suddenly rang out. "You dare to hit me. You actually dare to hit me." A clear palm print immediately appeared on Chun Ting's fair face. At this moment, she only felt a burning pain on her face. This was the first time she had been slapped in front of everyone. At this moment, Chun Ting's expression instantly became somewhat sinister. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Zhuowen. You have to pay a price for speaking without thinking. Zhuowen ignored the hatred on Chun Ting's face and said indifferently, Who do you think you are? You actually dare to teach me a lesson? Chun Ting was flustered and exasperated. Yuan power immediately surged in her jade-like hand. With a swoosh, she was about to slap Zhuowen's face. This man was really too hateful. She must get back at him. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. Zhuowen slightly raised his hand and very casually caught Chun Ting's jade-like hand. Then, he turned his hand and ruthlessly slapped Chun Ting's left cheek. Pa! The crisp sound once again silenced the scene. Everyone stared in disbelief at Zhuowen, who had consecutively slapped Chun Ting twice. Then, a trace of a strange expression surfaced in many people's eyes. Although Chun Ting was very annoying, she was at least considered a delicate beauty. As long as one was a man, they should not have the heart to hit such a beauty. However, not only did Zhuowen hit her, he even hit her twice. Moreover, he did it without the slightest hesitation. This involuntarily caused many people to look at Zhuowen a few more times. Ruthless, decisive. There were even some people who secretly evaluated this new rising genius of the Zhuo family. Chun Ting, who had been slapped twice, was also stunned. She actually stared blankly at Zhuowen, not knowing what to say. Traces of mist continuously swirled in her eyes. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she began to bawl loudly. Looking at the bawling Chun Ting, Zhuo Meishiwe and Zhuo Xiang could not help but feel a trace of pleasure in their hearts. This girl had always had an arrogant expression. Moreover, she had always targeted the Zhuo family. These two slaps from Zhuo Meishiwe were very satisfying. Swoosh! At this moment, a piercing sound of wind breaking came from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze focused, and his right palm suddenly slapped out. Bang! An intense fluctuation of elemental energy swept out like a hurricane. Then, Zhuowen only felt a somewhat powerful force coming from behind him. Under this force, even Zhuowen could not help but take a few steps back. Turning his head to look, he saw a young lady dressed in luxurious clothes looking at him with a somewhat surprised gaze. Moreover, this young lady's appearance was somewhat similar to Chun Ting's. Presumably, this young lady should be the most dazzling genius of the Chun family, Chun Tong sister. When Chun Ting, who was originally bawling loudly, saw the appearance of this lady, her face immediately revealed a joyful expression. She immediately dodged Zhuowen's body and flew into Chun Tong's embrace. Who hit you? Chun Tong caressed the two red palm prints on Chun Ting's cheeks. Her gaze revealed a trace of anger. She also did not expect that with their Chun family's background, there would actually be someone who dared to touch the land above their heads. Sister, you have to take revenge for me. It's this guy who hit me. This guy is that Zhuowen who has been the talk of the town in Rattan Armor City recently. Chun Ting wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her jade-like hand suddenly pointed at Zhuowen, and her eyes were even more filled with hatred. So you're Zhuowen. However, as a man, you actually hit a woman. Aren't you ashamed? Moreover, what you shouldn't have done was hit Ting. You have to know that your impulsive actions sometimes bring about great losses to your family. Chun Tong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she sized up Zhuowen with a cold gaze. Actually, I have never hit a woman. However, some people are simply too despicable. I have no choice but to make an exception this time. Don't tell me you have a problem with me hitting a despicable person. Moreover, this despicable person bullied our Zhuo family first. There's nothing wrong with me hitting her, right? Zhuowen retorted without any fear. Although the Chun family's influence was enormous, their Zhuo family was not any weaker than the Qin family. Moreover, from the exchange of blows earlier, Zhuowen had discovered that Chun Tong's cultivation was roughly at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Therefore, Zhuowen was not afraid of Chun Tong's threat at all. Once Zhuowen's words came out, it instantly caused an uproar in the surroundings. No one thought that not only was Zhuowen merciless, but he was also merciless with his words. When Chun Tong heard this, her expression immediately changed greatly. Just as she was about to attack and teach this arrogant young man a lesson, a somewhat rough voice suddenly came from nearby. I never thought that this place would be so lively. I'm truly lucky to have come across such a lively matter. Chapter 61. Wang Meng, Wang Meng. Numerous exclamations erupted from the crowd, following which quite a number of people consciously opened up a path for this extremely muscular figure to slowly walk over. Wang Meng's body was extremely sturdy. He was almost a head taller than Zhuowen. Traces of arrogance leaked out from his resolute face. Looking at this somewhat arrogant figure, Zhuowen could not help but narrow his eyes. He knew that this should be Wang Meng, the rumored number one person among the younger generation of the Wang family in Rattan Armor City. Moreover, from the surrounding discussions, Zhuowen could also tell that Wang Meng was extremely talented. It was difficult to find a match among the younger generation of the three big families. Zhuowen, you have to be careful of this Wang Meng. I heard that this person advanced to the Void stage a few days ago. He is extremely powerful. It seems that he did not come here with good intentions. Unknowingly, Zhuo Meishue came to Zhuowen's side and introduced Wang Meng in a low voice. Hearing Zhuo Meishue's introduction, Zhuowen's eyes could not help but turn serious. He did not expect that Wang Meng, who was about the same age as Zhuo Tian, was far more powerful than the latter. It seemed that the Wang family's position as the number one family was not baseless. Big brother, you are finally here. Wang Zheng, who had been standing at the side, was pleasantly surprised. He waved his hand at Wang Meng. Wang Meng nodded and calmly walked over to where the Wang family was. As soon as Wang Meng arrived, Wang Zheng whispered in his ear. During this time, his cold eyes occasionally glanced at Zhuowen's side. Wang Zheng was probably talking about how he was defeated by Zhuowen. Moreover, looking at Wang Meng's increasingly cold eyes, Zhuowen knew that Wang Zheng must have added a lot of details to the original incident. Although Wang Meng's strength of the Void stage made Zhuowen very wary, Zhuowen keenly felt that Wang Meng's strength was not much stronger than Lu Yuan's. If they were to go all out, Zhuowen was not afraid of Wang Meng at all. Therefore, when he saw Wang Meng's malicious gaze, Zhuowen did not pay much attention to it. Wang Meng, how come you have time to come to the trade fair today? Aren't you already in secluded cultivation? Chen Tong, beautiful eyes looked at the tall Wang Meng with some fear. Her face was slightly unnatural as she spoke. Little sister Tong, is right. Originally, I wanted to go into closed-door cultivation. However, I heard that my little brother was beaten up. Thus, I had no choice but to come out and help my little brother get back at him, Wang Meng said with a chuckle. Wang Zheng was beaten up? If I'm not wrong, Wang Zheng's strength has already reached the middle stage of the soul transformation realm. In the entire Rattan Armor City, he is considered a top talent. Moreover, your Wang family is very powerful. Who has the strength and courage to beat Wang Zheng? Chen Tong, looked at Wang Meng and Wang Zheng with a strange gaze. She covered her face and laughed. This person is very bold, isn't he? You should know this person. He is the Zhuo family's kid, Zhuowen, who slapped your sister in front of everyone. At this point, Wang Meng's cold gaze suddenly locked onto a young figure at the head of the Zhuo family. His lips curled into a sinister arc as he said, I was right. Wasn't I Zhuo family's lad? Wang Meng's words caused an uproar. Everyone's gazes were stunned as they locked onto the young leader of the Zhuo family's group. They didn't think that Zhuowen would be so bold. Not only did he slap the Chun family's Chun Ting in front of everyone, he even beat up the Wang family's Wang Zheng. These two shocking things in the eyes of outsiders were actually done by the recently risen Zhuo family's genius. Chen Tong, couldn't help but be startled. Her beautiful eyes looked strangely at the figure not far away. She didn't think that the guy in front of her would even beat up the Wang family's Wang Zheng. She had to admit that this kid was really arrogant. Hee, I didn't hit you for no reason. It was your people who provoked me first. Can't I defend myself? Zhuowen looked directly at Wang Meng's beast-like eyes without fear. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. To you, it might be self-defense, but to me, it's because you hit my younger brother. Since you hit my younger brother, I have to get back at you for my younger brother. So, no matter how you defend yourself, you will have to suffer my anger today. Or are you afraid? Wang Ming took a step forward, and a surge of elemental energy erupted from his body. Everyone was shocked to find that the ground beneath Wang Ming's feet actually cracked like tofu due to his powerful strength. What made everyone even more shocked was that there was a faint chilly aura emanating from Wang Ming's body. This chilly aura spread from his feet to the ground and froze the cracked ground into ice. In Void Realm, looking at the chilly aura emanating from Wang Ming's body, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were full of disbelief. Wang Ming was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the Void Realm. This kind of talent really moved many people. Even Chun Tong, looked at the chilly aura emanating from Wang Ming's body with deep fear in her beautiful eyes. Although her cultivation had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm and was only one step away from the Void Realm, she clearly knew that it was not that easy to advance to the Void Realm. Wang Ming had entered the Void Realm one step ahead of her, which made her feel very complicated. Void Realm? Zhuowen, you are no match for Wang Ming. You'd better not accept his challenge. This guy is obviously bullying you because his cultivation is higher than yours. Looking at the powerful Yuan power and chilly aura emanating from Wang Ming's body, Zhuo Meishue and Zhuo Xiang's pretty faces turned pale. Zhuo Xiang even grabbed Zhuowen's arm, trying to stop this battle that had no suspense. Zhuowen, you have good luck with women, don't you? In fact, I am a reasonable person. If you are afraid, you don't have to fight with me. As long as you kneel down and bark like a dog, and then apologize to my brother, Wang Zheng, I will generously let this matter pass. How about it? Wang Ming smiled and stared at the young man not far away with a teasing gaze. If you kneel down and bark like a dog and lick the soles of my shoes, maybe I won't care about your rude remarks. What do you think of my proposal? Zhuowen looked coldly at Wang Ming, whose face was full of ridicule, and retorted sarcastically. Zhuowen's words stunned everyone once more. They didn't think that Zhuowen would still recklessly spout such nonsense, even though he clearly knew that Wang Ming's cultivation was much higher than his. They didn't know if they should say that this young man was truly courageous or just reckless. This guy has some character, but he is too arrogant. When Wang Ming blows him up, maybe this guy will restrain his arrogance. Chen Tong, his beautiful eyes stared blankly at Zhuowen's back. She did not expect Zhuowen to give such an answer, but soon she shook her head and laughed. She thought that Zhuowen was too arrogant. Now, in her opinion, Zhuowen was at most a brute with courage but no brains. Sure enough, Zhuowen's words made Wang Ming's face darken. Good, you have guts and are arrogant enough. However, people like you who have no strength but are arrogant usually do not live long. Now, let me see where you get the confidence to challenge me. Wang Ming was so angry that he laughed. His legs suddenly bounced, and his entire body flew towards Zhuowen like an arrow released from a bow. His large fists also flew towards Zhuowen, and the surface of his body was constantly surrounded by Yuan power and cold air, making him look very majestic. Zhuowen's eyes focused. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised his head, and the blood veins on his arm suddenly burst open. The 8 dragon strength in his body also surged out. First sky of rampage. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhuowen's fists were like 2 dragons swallowing a pearl. His powerful physical strength, combined with the surging Yuan power in his body, caused a violent hurricane to appear when he punched. Boom! When the two collided, the surging waves of energy rippled out in all directions like raging waves. Even the ground began to crack like a spider web because of the powerful strength of the two. Thick smoke and dust also swept out between the two. Some people who were not strong enough could not help but retreat under the aftermath of the airwaves. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, they had suffered serious internal injuries. Bang! 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 A muffled groan sounded. Then everyone saw a figure holding his chest and retreating 7 to 8 steps back in the smoke and dust. There was even a din under his feet that was so deep that it reached his heel. When everyone saw the true appearance of this figure, their faces simultaneously revealed expressions of as expected. This figure was none other than Zhuo, whom everyone did not think highly of. It seems that the gap between the soul transformation stage and the Yin Void stage is too big. This Zhuo family's kid is indeed not Wang Meng's opponent. Actually, this Zhuo family's kid is quite amazing. After all, Zhuo is only about 15 years old. At this age, he has the strength to defeat Wang Zheng. If he is the same age as Wang Meng, his cultivation might not necessarily be worse than Wang Meng's. He might even be better. Just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, the smoke and dust in the field receded like a tide, revealing Wang Meng's sturdy figure. When Wang Meng's figure completely appeared in front of everyone, it immediately caused everyone to be shocked. Everyone looked at Wang Meng's sturdy figure in the field in disbelief. Wang Meng stood proudly like a pine tree. However, there was a trace of cherry red on Wang Meng's steel-like right fist. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Master Kuraki. Wang Meng is injured? Everyone stared in disbelief at the dark red blood dripping from Wang Meng's right fist. Many people rubbed their eyes. When they confirmed that what they saw was not an illusion, the shock on their faces became even more intense. They didn't expect Zhuo, who was only at the soul transformation realm, to be able to injure Wang Meng, who was at the Yin Void realm. Although Wang Meng's right fist only had a superficial wound, the gap between their cultivations was like a chasm. It was already an amazing fact that Zhuo could injure a warrior of the Yin Void realm with his soul transformation realm cultivation. How did this guy do it? Chun Tong, whose face was originally filled with ridicule, was also startled at this moment. The playful smile on her face also froze as she looked at the young figure in the arena with a stunned expression. When Wang Zheng, whose eyes were filled with a dark and stern expression, saw the bloodstains on Wang Meng's hand, he involuntarily became absent-minded. Clearly, he did not expect that his big brother, whom he had always worshipped, would actually be injured by a mere Zhuo. This kind of impact caused Wang Zheng to be momentarily stunned. Compared to the shock of the bystanders, the Zhuo family suddenly erupted into cheers. Then, the younger generation of the Zhuo family looked at the young figure in the middle of the field with adoration. They couldn't help but shout the young figure's name. Zhuo's actions were clearly to protect the reputation of the Zhuo family. Furthermore, the terrifying strength he had displayed had also caused the younger members of the Zhuo family to feel a strange sense of belonging towards this young man. Good. Zhuo, you really surprised me. You were actually able to break through my defense and injure me. However, you won't get lucky a second time. This time, I won't underestimate you. I will use all my strength to cripple you. Looking at the bloodstains on his fist, Wang Meng's gaze turned even colder. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile, following which an intense chill erupted from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. At this moment, Zhuo's gaze had also turned extremely solemn. During the previous exchange, Zhuo was at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, Zhuo could sense that Wang Meng's strength was even greater than Lu Yuan's. Wang Meng actually had the qualifications to condense the void armor. Zhuo died. Wang Meng's legs suddenly bounced, and an endless amount of cold Yin energy erupted from his body. Then, the cold Yin energy transformed into a bone-chilling cold current, and Wang Meng charged at Zhuo with the cold current in tow. Feeling the ferocious power of the cold current that Wang Meng had released, many people's expressions changed drastically. The power that Wang Meng was currently displaying was much stronger than before. Quite a number of people's gazes gathered on the tall and straight young figure. They knew that Wang Meng's ordinary punch had already caused this figure to appear somewhat miserable. They wondered if this figure would be able to successfully receive the terrifying, destructive power of this all-out attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhuan's gaze turned solemn as he looked at the cold current that was shooting towards him. He knew that he had to go all out at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand Wang Meng's attack. Just as Zhuan was about to use all of his trump cards, Zhuan suddenly felt a terrifying fluctuation rushing towards him from not far away. Then, Zhuan was shocked to discover that a golden stone platform that was several feet in size had appeared not far above him. The golden stone platform was like a small mountain in front of Zhuan. Then, Wang Meng's extremely frightening cold current completely poured onto the golden stone platform. However, what shocked Zhuan was that the cold current that even Zhuan himself didn't have confidence in was easily blocked by the golden stone platform. Who is it? How dare you obstruct our Wang clan's business? The corners of Wang Meng's eyes twitched when he saw that his attack had been completely blocked. His gaze also turned gloomy. Humph! What great Wang clan! Didn't your parents tell you that fighting is prohibited in the trade fair? If it weren't for the fact that you're all of the younger generation, I don't care if you are from the Wang clan or the Chen clan. A somewhat fiery voice sounded out. Then, everyone's gaze converged on the figure at the source of the voice. It was a rather well-built old man with white hair at his temples. However, what surprised everyone was that the old man's face was rosy and extremely elastic like child's. Grandmaster Tsangmu? I didn't think that the commotion here would even draw out Grandmaster Tsangmu. Grandmaster Tsangmu is a highly respected arcana master. Even the city lord doesn't dare to slight him. However, Grandmaster Tsangmu usually doesn't care about the affairs of the trade fair. It's a little strange that he has personally come out today. Numerous discussions also sounded out of nowhere. From these discussions, Zhuan also knew that the identity of this white-haired, youthful-looking old man who had just appeared should not be ordinary. Zhuan, Grandmaster Tsangmu, is the only arcana master in our Rot-Tan Armor City. His status is extremely respected. Even the city lord, Guyu Tian, doesn't dare to slight him in the slightest when he sees him. The trade fair was specially built by the city lord's residence for Grandmaster Tsangmu. As if she could see the confusion on Zhuan's face, Zhumeishuat dutifully began to introduce Grandmaster Tsangmu's background to Zhuan. Arcana Master? Zhuan was stunned. Then, his gaze towards the old man in front of him had a different charm. One must know that in the Heavenly Armor Continent, Arcana Masters were a symbol of status and nobility. Their status was extremely high. The main reason why Arcana Masters had such a high status was because Arcana Masters had the ability to create special origin crystals and refine origin formations. Special origin crystals had all sorts of uses. For example, a high-grade attack origin crystal could rival a powerful warrior's full-strength attack. A high-grade defense origin crystal could block a powerful warrior's attack. Apart from these, there were also other powerful origin crystals. If a weak person had a powerful origin crystal, they could rely on the power of the origin crystal to not fear any strong person. Of course, the more powerful the origin crystal, the higher its value. If one didn't have enough resources, they wouldn't be able to afford these origin crystals. The reason why Arcana Masters were so respected was ultimately because of their rarity. This was because the conditions to become an Arcana Master were extremely harsh. Out of 10,000 people, there might not even be one who had the talent to become an Arcana Master. It was precisely because of their rarity that the status of Arcana Masters was infinitely elevated. So it's Grandmaster Tsangmu. Please forgive me for offending you earlier. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Wang Meng's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then, he smiled and cupped his hands together, but a trace of sweat appeared on his face. After all, even the patriarch of the Wang clan didn't dare to slight this old man in front of him. Wang Meng was only a junior of the Wang clan, so he naturally didn't dare to be impudent in front of such a person. Grandmaster Tsangmu didn't seem to notice Wang Meng at all. Instead, he stared straight at Zhuan. Under Grandmaster Tsangmu's gaze, Zhuan felt a little uncomfortable. Grandmaster Tsangmu, my father has always wanted to invite Grandmaster to a gathering in the clan. Would Grandmaster Tsangmu do me the honor of visiting our Wang clan? Wang Ming no longer had his initial arrogance and ruthlessness. Instead, he was as respectful as a newborn calf, as if he was afraid that he would do something wrong. Seeing Wang Ming's change in attitude, the surrounding people didn't reveal any strange expressions. This was because Wang Ming was treating a respected arcana master. Even if it were someone else, their attitude would be even more flattering than Wang Ming's. Wang Clan? I'm not interested. Also, tell your old man to stop worrying. If he wants me to refine a grade 3 crystal for him, he will have to pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Grandmaster Tsang Mu impatiently waved his hand and said irritably. Grandmaster Tsang Mu's impatient attitude didn't cause the hot-tempered Wang Ming to reveal any strange expression. Instead, he revealed an even more respectful expression. He bowed and said, Wang Ming will convey Grandmaster's words. I only hope that Grandmaster will reconsider the matter from last time. Are you done? If you're done, then scram. Don't bother me. Grandmaster Tsang Mu glared at Wang Ming with a very bad attitude. However, Grandmaster Tsang Mu's bad attitude didn't make Wang Ming angry at all. Instead, it made Wang Ming laugh. Zhuan was a little surprised as he looked at Wang Ming, who wasn't angry at all. He didn't expect the hot-tempered Wang Ming to be so restrained in front of Grandmaster Tsang Mu. After Grandmaster Tsang Mu finished speaking, he ignored Wang Ming, who was laughing at the side. Instead, he took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuan. A pair of shrewd eyes began to size up Zhuan, and a trace of hesitation appeared between his eyebrows. While Grandmaster Tsang Mu was sizing up Zhuan, Zhuan could feel a strange energy constantly scanning his body, as if it was searching for something. Although Zhuan was a little angry at Grandmaster Tsang Mu's probing, he didn't dare to show it. This was because he could feel an extremely powerful energy from Grandmaster Tsang Mu's body. This energy was even stronger than his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. Grandmaster Tsang Mu's actions also attracted the attention of everyone present. When they saw Grandmaster Tsang Mu sizing up Zhuan, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. When Wang Ming, who had been deliberately trying to curry favor with Grandmaster Tsang Mu, saw that Grandmaster Tsang Mu was actually interested in Zhuan, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Kid, the fluctuation of your soul is very strange. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Moreover, your mental strength is much stronger than ordinary people. You have a trace of the potential to become an arcanist. I wonder if you're willing to take the mental strength test. If you pass the mental strength test, this old man can accept you as a disciple. Even if you don't pass the test, this old man will still give you a second-grade crystal as compensation. What do you think? Grandmaster Tsang Mu rubbed his hands and looked at the young man in front of him with a hopeful gaze. One must know that people with the potential to become an arcanist were 1 in a million. Now that he finally met one, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.